It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Medford, Massachusetts, as we've got ourselves a rematch of the NESCAC Finals in Tufts University, taking on the Williams College Eafs, who is on this field a little bit less than a year ago when the Eafs stunned the Jumbos on their home field with a win in the NESCAC Finals. And the Jumbos, of course, looking to reclaim that title, get some revenge here against the Eafs. Welcome, everybody, to JumboCast coverage of NESCAC softball. Thank you for spending your Easter Sunday with us here at Spicer Field. My name is Andrew Howe. I'm joined alongside Jared Cohen. Jared, these two teams, of course, have a lot of history. Tufts won both regular season matchups last season, but Williams got the one that counted at the end.
Yeah, you're right. It might be a grudge match. I think safe to say Tufts was tremendously disappointed at the end of last season, unable to come away with the NESCAC title despite a phenomenal regular season. And Williams, who didn't impress to the same extent during the regular season, of course, got hot when it counted, won the NESCAC championship, and carried it into several wins in the NCAA regional tournament, although they did not advance. And now, back again, new season at home for the Jumbos, and start of NESCAC play. I think they're looking to get revenge on that Williams team that took them down last year. But as we learned, it's not the regular season that always matters in the end. That being said, the Jumbos have been quite strong, as expected, coming into today, now 13-3, and they won both of their games yesterday in dominant fashion.
Tufts, despite being a very strong team over the last few seasons, looking for their first NESCAC title since 2021, lost to Amherst and then Williams in back-to-back finals. Jumbos have taken the field. It'll be Sophia DeCoco on the mound to start off this doubleheader. As for Williams, they will deal with Katie Blanche starting off for them. The leadoff hitter for the Eafs, Taylor Wise, steps into the box. She is hitting .370 on the season. Great contact bat. We'll try to get on base to start this game off. DeCoco deals, and we're underway in there for strike one.
And DeCoco, one of the most dominant pitchers in the NESCAC. Pretty consistent game in and game out. ERA sitting at a pristine 0.32 coming into today, if you can believe that. And coming off of a shutout 6 innings yesterday against Bates.
Tap foul 0-2. Wise riding a 4-game hitting streak, hitting .370. That's a career high. Putting the ball in play a lot. Has not struck out so far this season. Now facing an 0-2 count. Tufts coming off of a doubleheader sweep of Bates yesterday, where on the other side, Williams split their series against Hamilton. Here's the 1-2 from DeCoco. Tap foul just again, and we'll replay that count at 1-2.
Yeah, as you said, Wise, no strikeouts on the year, only 2 walks, so she's generally a make contact and get on base or record an out type of player, but hitting .370, so more often the get on base outcome, on base percentage at around 396.
Here's the 1-2. Tap it to third. Moore going to pick it up, fires over to lineback, and that is the first out.
And Wise has some speed getting down the line, but the infield defense of the Jumbos, just impressive day in and day out. Moore makes the play right there. The entire left side of the infield in Moore and Steinberg have just arms that can put anyone to shame, and they made that clear yesterday and off to a good start today.
So with one away, here comes the junior Kayla Chang out of Alameda, California. Chang hitting .333 early on in this season. Williams currently standing at 7-6. Had a road trip out to California to start their year, and coming back to conference play, looking to reclaim that aforementioned NESCAC title. The 0-1 is fouled back, and DeCoco's done a good job of working ahead in the counts to start off this game. Here's the 0-2. Check swing, and she went around. Chang down on strikes, and there's quickly 2 away.
And we talked a little bit yesterday about how DeCoco, traditionally more of a pitch-to-contact type of pitcher, has had that strikeout stuff working a little bit more this year. Still not at the same level as someone who would go maybe 9 strikeouts per 9 innings, but 29 strikeouts and 43 innings coming into today, definitely on the upward trend, and of course she'll still get pretty much anybody she wants to ground out. Recorded, I believe, over 10 ground outs yesterday.
And here's the dangerous part of this Williams order. Sydney Fleming stepping into the box. 3 home runs already on the season, tied the Williams single season record last year with 14. Facing a 1-0 count to DeCoco right now. The pitch is swung on, grounded right over the third base bag. They're going to rule it a foul ball.
And you're talking about Fleming, 14 home runs last year, 45 RBIs, 21 walks. I mean, that's just ridiculous stuff. 3 already. She's got 22 career home runs, so always a threat to go deep when she's at the plate.
Fleming's last game, 2 for 3 with a double. 3 RBIs. Faces in a 1-1 count, just in the strike zone on that outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2.
Yeah, that was a borderline call right there. Thought it might have been a ball from first look, but a little bit of a delayed call on the strike. And now a favorable count for DeCoco.
Sophia DeCoco looking to work through a quick 1-2-3 inning in this first. Not going to happen right there. Pitch outside, 2-2. Fleming last season, all NESCAC first team, led the NESCAC in walks, second best slugging percentage in the conference as well. 2-2 is the count here in the top of the first. The pitch is swung on, grounded to third. Nice backhand by Moore, who fires over to first, and that'll be the inning. A 1-2-3 frame for Sophia DeCoco as we head to the bottom of the first. So as the Jumbos come to bat, we can take a look at the defensive alignment for Williams as well as that starting lineup for your Tufts Jumbos. Leading off, Michelle Edelman in center field, followed by Steinberg, Moore, and Perucci. Kayla McCabe in left field, batting 5th, followed by Lauren Herida, Haley Lineback, Heaven Oliva, and Bella Jimenez rounding things out. Sophia DeCoco on the mound as well. She's listed as that flex, so will not be hitting. And defensively, here for Williams, left to right, we have Miller, Wise, and Chang in the outfield. Ramos at third. Alyssa DeCuris into shortstop. She will not be hitting as she's listed as that flex. Vicky Trujillo Balderas is the second base woman, and Kelly McGuigan is at first. Justine Dunaway going to be, Sydney Fleming going to be behind the plate catching Katie Blanche, the pitcher for today.
And Blanche, type of player who can do a little bit of both. She hits and she pitches. Pretty successful on both ends. ERA below 3 on the season. Maybe overshadowed a bit by her star teammate Sadie Leonard, who we might see later today, but very much a very strong pitcher in her own right and someone who can get it done on offense as well, which does a lot for your lineup, especially when you can use a player at the flex position.
Of course, can hit pretty well. Williams is a team that has their players move around the field a little bit defensively. We have McGuigan currently at first base. We'll also spend some time in the outfield. Blanche, when not pitching, will play in the corners, the infield as well. So always opportunities for players on this roster to get at-bats, to get time in the field. And this is the alignment that we're looking with. We're expecting to see Sadie Leonard pitch game 2. Michelle Edelman takes strike 1. Edelman coming off of a great series yesterday against Bates, hit 2 home runs. Batting average just under 300 on the season. Quickly facing an 0-2 count. The 0-2 from Blanche swung on and missed, or foul tipped. Edelman going to stay alive. Michelle Edelman back for a 5th season. All NESCAC second team in 2023. Grounds one up the middle. That'll be a base hit, the first one of the game.
And strong approach down 0-2 from Edelman just to get the bat on the ball, drive it right back up the middle. You know, fouled off that pitch on 0-2 also ended up being pretty big. One thing about Blanche, very successful pitcher, 2.26 ERA, but not going to strike a lot of people out. Only 10 strikeouts in 21 2/3 innings so far this year. So look for the Jumbos to make contact and try to just, knock the ball through the hole, get on base any way they can.
Swing and a miss by Josie Steinberg to start off her at-bat. Edelman always a threat to run. You can see her taking an aggressive secondary lead off of first base. The 0-1 from Blanche. Edelman, it will be going. It's a hit and run as Steinberg grounds one right back up the first base line. Blanche makes the play. Edelman advancing all the way to third. The throw over, not in time. So runner on third is Edelman with a smart base running move.
I thought for a moment they might have called the runner safe at first. They did not. But really incredible heads-up base running from Edelman. That ball was hit just softly enough that, you know, with the hit and run on, as by the time that ball's gone into first, she was already 3/4 of the way to third, and now sets up a very favorable at-bat with a runner on third base.
Rachel Moore takes the ball inside. Moore, defending NESCAC Player of the Year, having a great start to this season as well. The third baseman hitting .482, entering today with a 1.276 OPS. Swing and a miss on the 1-0. Now, Moore is someone who can drive the ball in the air. That's obviously a good thing with a runner on third base. One ball, one strike. And the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike two.
Blanche has been quickly getting ahead in count so far here in the first inning, but again, does she have the put-away pitch that can prevent any contact getting that runner home from third?
And just on that outside corner, Moore gets called on strikes. Nice placement there by Katie Blanche to get out of a sticky situation and now have 2 outs in her favor.
But Perucci, the hottest hitter maybe on the planet right now, comes up to bat. She's hitting .511, believe it or not. .511 she's hitting. OPS over 1,200, slugging over .680. I mean, those are ridiculous numbers, and we've pretty much seen it that you can't pitch around her. She comes up, she's a threat to drive in that run, even with 2 outs.
And takes a big hack there. 1-1 now the count. Perucci, 11 hits in her last 6 games. 3 doubles and 5 RBIs in the last series versus Bates. So continuing that hot streak. Starting today in right field, facing a 1-1 count from Blanche. Swung on, grounded to short. It'll be Dequires making the play over to first, and they got her in time. So Edelman stuck on third to end the first frame as Katie Blanche working in and out of trouble as the score remains 0-0 after 1.
Yeah, and not an easy play to make at shortstop for Dequires. That was, you know, some speed down the line from Perucci, and you got to get that throw there in time with the runner coming home from third. Just beat her maybe half a step, and pretty, not lucky, but well done to get out of the inning with no runs on the board.
Now, we weren't able to go through the lineup for Williams in the first. We can do that right now, as well as taking a look at the defensive alignment here for the Jumbos. On defense, Kayla McCabe in left, Michelle Edelman in center, Caitlin Perucci out in right. Third to first in the infield, it'll be Moore, Steinberg, Jimenez, and lineback. Lauren Herida, the DP, with Heaven Oliva catching Sophia DeCoco. And the lineup here, as we saw in that first inning, it was Wise, Chang, and Fleming who went down 1-2-3 in the first. We followed by McGuigan, Dunaway, Ramos, Katie Blanche, Trujillo Baldera, and Sydney Miller with Dequires, as we said, in that flex spot with the pitcher, Blanche, hitting 7th. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Eefs. Kelly McGuigan will be facing DeCoco to lead off the second inning. 0-1. McGuigan, all NESCAC second team last year. Play some catcher, play some infield, play some outfield. Starting today at first base. The 0-1. Just outside, and the count goes even. This time grabs that outside corner. Has been an area that DeCoco has been targeting so far today.
Yeah, DeCoco loves to work that outside corner, and when you can get those calls, it's one of, if not the most effective pitch you can throw. Not much as a hitter you can do except look at it.
And just missing again. You see, that's a difficult spot for McGuigan to try to put a ton of power into. She would be inclined to drive it the opposite way instead of trying to pull it for a little more power. Here's the 2-2. DeCoco deals foul back. We'll do it again. McGuigan 7 hits in her last 5 games. 1 for 2, 2 RBIs, and a double versus Hamilton in the second half of that doubleheader that they played yesterday. Here's the 2-2. DeCoco goes inside, and it's a dribble to third base. Moore, once again, collects the play, and they rule it foul.
Even on a foul ball, though, Moore makes the right play. Would have been out at first had that counted, but we'll do it again at 2-2.
The pitch placement there, going inside instead. McGuigan got jammed a little bit and forced some weak contact, which is what DeCoco does best. Here's the 2-2, goes right back outside, swung on and missed, and that's strikeout number 2 on the day for Sophia DeCoco.
And we talk about that difference between just pitching to contact and racking up a little more of those strikeouts, expanding the zone on 2-2, low in the zone, kind of trailing away, is exactly what you want to do as a pitcher, completely fooled, and a strikeout, as you said, the second one already for DeCoco.
Here's Justine Dunaway, the freshman, leading the team in batting average, hitting .423 on the year with a 1.15 OPS.
I think Dunaway is someone who's come in and immediately earned the trust of his coaching staff. Hasn't started every game so far, but obviously starting today. Already has 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. As you said, .423. Hard to keep someone with a batting average like that out of the lineup.
Had a career-high 3 hits yesterday in that first half of the doubleheader versus Hamilton. Here's the 1-1. Just on that outside corner again, and DeCoco working ahead in the count.
And so far, DeCoco's command looking really, really good. Looking a lot like it did yesterday when she kind of effortlessly moved through the lineup of Bates and ended with a 6-inning shutout.
1-2. Grounded sharply to short. Steinberg collects it, fires over to first, and will be out number 2. All in a day's work for the NESCAC Defensive Player of the Year.
And it's a good way to live if you're Sophia DeCoco. Strikeouts and groundouts almost exclusively. When you have such a strong defense behind you in the infield, you can be a little more aggressive with your pitch selection, knowing that, go for the strikeout, but keep it low in the zone, and anyone behind you will make a play.
The third baseman, Ronnie Ramos, takes low for ball 1. Ramos had a 1. OPS in 2022. Struggled a little bit more in 2023, but is bouncing back well to start off this year, hitting .296 with 2 doubles and a home run already. Two balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Just outside, and the count goes to 3-0.
Yeah, and DeCoco just really continuing to try to work that outside corner to these right-handed batters, just pounding the outside of the zone, but, every now and then you're not going to get one of those calls.
There's a strike, 3-1. Ramos with 2 walks on the season. Both happened yesterday in her last game. She's going to line that one into right field for the first hit of the game for the Eves. Perucci tried to make a throw over to first. Was not in time despite lineback losing that ball regardless. And so a 2-out single for Ramos and putting a little pressure on DeCoco here in the second inning.
Pitcher number 23,
Yeah, this Williams lineup has some real depth to it. Blanche now coming up to bat, the pitcher, of course, but she's hitting .458 on the year, believe it or not. So someone who can really play both ways and now looking to drive in a run with 2 outs.
Take strike one. Blanche, the freshman, has some speed, has a triple already on the season. Of course, a little bit of pop in that bat. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. And DeCoco once again has a chance to put this inning away.
And that pitch had some nasty movement on it, coming inside and just swung right over it.
Pitcher on pitcher duel, the 0-2 count. Just upstairs, up and away. Count goes to 1-2.
Yeah, and that's 0-2, just trying to really get the hitter to chase. I think maybe you'd want that to be a little more tempting on 0-2, but we'll see what she comes back with on 1-2.
Check swing. Did she go? Yes, she did. And that's strikeout number 3 for DeCoco. Allows a single by Ramos, and that's all the damage that was done. We are still scoreless through 1.5 as Tufts will come to bat in the bottom of the second.
DeCoco looking really strong through 2 innings, just completely in control of the strike zone, has her strikeout stuff going, and I think we could be in maybe for a little bit of a pitcher's duel. We've now seen really the meat of both orders come and go with no runs on the board. Very different from what we saw yesterday, though, of course. We're not quite done with the Tufts lineup, but seemed like against Bates, every time Edelman, Steinberg, Moore, and Perucci came up to bat, runs got on the board. Williams has avoided that fate so far. We'll see if the bottom half of the Tufts lineup can do a little more than they did yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, with Sadie Leonard still not being used, at least so far in this doubleheader, we're expecting her to start game number 2, likely against Sky Johnson. Williams now has a solid 2 pitchers in their arsenal with Blanche and Leonard, of course, alongside some other names in that rotation. Elise Chan, Natalie Carter, Emily Barazzo, also all pitching innings so far. But if Williams can keep, of course, these 2 pitchers performing well the way that they have so far, have a good chance to really do some damage again in those NESCAC playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they're only 7-6. Their lineup is deep. They've got 5 players who've recorded a home run. Of course, Sadie Leonard might be the best pitcher in the country, but it's been a lot of close games. Only 3 of their games so far this year have been decided by more than 3 runs, and that's out of 13 games so far. They've been locked into a lot of close contests throughout the year and, you know, come out on the unlucky end of several of those. So far, 0-0 may be in for another, but I think Williams definitely a team whose talent level is far exceeds their 7-6 record so far.
Of course, a lot of those games non-conference and NESCAC play is really where the record starts to matter a little bit more. And a big series here against Tufts, of course, the team that they defeated to take that NESCAC crown just a year ago. Here's Kayla McCabe leading off the bottom of the second inning. Pitch from Blanche upstairs. Count goes to 2-1. McCabe hitting .290 on the year. Contact bat has not worked a walk so far, so the on-base batting average and slugging, actually, all remaining the same. Here's the 2-1. On that high outside corner, the count goes to 2-2. McCabe has 5 hits in her last 5 games. Looking to add to that streak here. And we'll work the count full. And McCabe followed by Herida and Lineback for the Jumbos. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. And another strikeout. That's number 2 on the day for Blanche. So with 1 away, here's Lauren Herida. DP takes one low for a ball. Herida had a great year in 2023, hitting .412 and playing time continuing to increase as the season progressed. Fouls that one back. And of course, without Nicole Russo this season, a more defined spot in that DP position in the lineup, so we're expecting to see Herida get very consistent playing time all year. Here's the 1-1. Swung on, grounded up the middle. That's going to fall for a base hit just behind the glove of DeCures as Herida has a one-out single.
Yeah, and Herida, I think, rounding into form a little bit. Doesn't get the consistent playing time that, you know, some players on this team do, but now third straight game, in which she has in which she has recorded a hit. You know, and that's only her 8th hit of the year, but 3 of those have gone for extra bases, and someone they definitely continue to have trust in, as a pass ball allows Herida to move up to second base.
Taking a turnaround second, we'll stay right there. Sydney Fleming could not control that ball in the dirt. And now a runner in scoring position for Haley Lineback.
This is a situation we'd love to see Lineback knock a run home, gain some confidence, been scuffling a bit so far this year, only hitting 158, but started every game so far. Think there's confidence that, you know, she will come around and, you know, 2 strikes, 0 down, 0-2, maybe a little bit more defensive right here.
Grounded to short. DeCures fumbles the ball and will be unable to get the out at first. Herida stays at second. And there was a base open, so not the worst case, but still an out that could have been recorded there for Williams.
Yeah, I think that will likely be called an error. I'd be surprised if it wasn't. But, you know, sometimes all it takes is just a ball to go your way, hit a ball hard right at a defender, and you end up on base, and suddenly start seeing some hits string together.
Oliva takes a strike on the outside corner. Freshman Heaven Oliva platooning with Carrie Ann Slayton this season behind the plate. Facing an 0-1 count. Runners on first and second. Blooper. Gonna fall down for a base hit. Herida hurrying over towards third as she was staying on second to make sure she was back there in time for the tag, and she gets in there safely.
Yeah, a little bit of a bizarre play. I think maybe an obstructed view for some of the infielders. That ball just kind of nubbed off the end of the bat. Lands for a hit. I think couldn't tell if it was trapped, if it was caught for most of the players in the field. Of course, it was trapped. Then that throw, if it had gone directly to third, might have had a chance to get the force, but the throw went to second and then to third, and now the bases are loaded with only 1 out.
And a big spot here for Bella Jimenez, a senior out of Oak Park, California. Had a great 2023 season, 386 batting average, hit 877 OPS with 20 RBIs. This season, still looking for that offensive consistency. But, of course, we know, I think last year ended the season on a very high note, and so she's somebody who likes to get her reps in and make sure she's ready for the moments that matter most. The base is loaded. Grounds one to first base. It'll be McGuigan stepping on the bag for one out, but a run will come home. Or a foul ball. Apologies. Right on the line. Hard to tell.
Just went foul before it got to the first baseline, but I do think this is a big situation for Jimenez. Can she step up, drive in a couple runs? Could be huge for her confidence and maybe get her on one of those hot streaks that we saw towards the end of last year. You know, you don't hit 386 on accident. Your career batting average is not 342 on accident. We know Jimenez is an elite hitter. It's just a question of stringing some hits together and just catching fire as she did. And hopefully right now, bases loaded, she may be able to get it done.
1-1 upstairs. Count goes to 2-1. As Jimenez takes strike 2.
And that's a great pitch. Not really much you can do with that. Middle in, but more so in, and maybe just a bit too high. Can't get your hands under it. Really all you could do with that pitch is turn it over.
Line foul. Jimenez able to put good contact there, just not able to straighten it out enough. Herida's on third, Lineback on second, Oliva on first. 2-2 count for Bella Jimenez in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch. Grounder under the glove of McGuigan. That's going to fall for a base hit. Herida will score. Runner will stop at third. The bases remain loaded. It's an RBI single for Bella Jimenez, and the Jumbos strike first. They're up 1-0.
And a great piece of hitting from Jimenez. Kind of a back and forth at bat, maybe on her heels, but takes the ball on maybe the outside of the plate, just taps it down the first baseline under the glove and keep the line moving. Bases remain loaded, and you got a run in.
Pinch hitter coming in, pinch runner, sorry, coming in at second base. It'll be Sarah Cullen, has served in this role a lot this year. As we'll make sure that Oliva will get off her feet before going behind the plate for the third inning. Jumbo's back up for the second time. Here's Michelle Edelman with the bases loaded. Liner into right field. That's another base hit. One run will score. Cullen will stop at third, and all of a sudden Jimenez is caught in a rundown. Cullen will come back home. Tag will be made at home plate as the runners will advance to second and third, but another run will score. RBI single and advancement to second on the throw home for Michelle Edelman.
So that's what the Jumbos do in general. Just Edelman, not somebody who can pitch around. Strong, hard contact, knocks that into right field. Bit of an unfortunate base running, though. Maybe too aggressive from Jimenez. Thought that she could put her head down and run, but caught in a rundown. And now 2 outs when there maybe should only be 1.
Still a good situation here for the Jumbos, despite there being 2 away. Steinberg grounded out her first time up, but obviously a threat offensively, and Edelman very quick at second base. Dribble it to third. Ramos fires over, and that'll end the inning. So Blanche will limit the damage, but still 2 Jumbo runners come home off of 4 hits and 1 Williams error. So good on the Jumbos to strike early. Of course, they've been an offensive powerhouse all season, and now it'll be up to DeCoco to try to hold the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Re-entering at catcher for the Jumbos is number 23, Heaven Oliva.
Back here for the third inning of work for Sophia DeCoco. First leg of a doubleheader between Tufts and Williams is a rematch of the NESCAC Finals of 2023. Williams took the finals last time up. Tufts wants some revenge. They strike early, the bottom of the second with 2 runs, and now DeCoco has a 2-run lead. First strike issued to Trujillo Baldera. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Eves. DeCoco already has 3 strikeouts on the afternoon. Pop foul, count 0-2. Oh, and 2 is the count. DeCoco deals outside. As once again, that remains the strategy here for Tufts in this game in terms of the pitch location. Grounded foul. Now, Tufts currently ranked 17th in the country. They are, of course, always in the conversation for being in that top 25. And as NESCAC play continues, the question will be, of course, chasing that NESCAC championship, which, you know, they've always been able to perform well in the regular season. It's just the last 2 times, that one-game final, things just aren't able to go the right way.
Yeah, and I don't think this season will be considered a success, anything short of a NESCAC championship. This is a team that I think feels like they need to get it done.
Right to third, and Moore will collect the line out. Trujillo Valderas put a barrel on it, but unfortunately is retired for out number 1. Rachel Moore's been active at third base today, Jared.
She hasn't yet to make a mistake, even on a foul ball we saw earlier. She made a strong play to first, but again, as I said, that left side of the infield and really the entire infield, so reliable. When that ball is hit to Moore or hit to Steinberg, you just feel the utmost confidence that the play is going to get made.
Here's a 9-hitter, Sydney Miller. Sophomore, was actually all NESCAC second team last season. Has not played since March 21st, but is returning here today. Swings on that 1-0 count.
I'd like to see DeCoco and how she attacks this lefty hitter. Been a lineup mainly tilted towards the right-handed side, but DeCoco's stuff can play either way.
We'll have another one up on deck. Shows bunt. Miller is lucky that Oliva was unable to dive and make that play. Just short of collecting that ball, and the count goes to 1-2.
And then DeCoco as a lefty, I think, the general idea is that same-handed matchups favor the pitcher, but not similarly, the way DeCoco attacks right-handed hitters is also somewhat to her advantage, the way she works the outside of the zone. Coming from, the arm of a lefty with a batter in the right-handed box, the ball has obvious break away from the hitter, but something you can do against lefties as well in a same-handed matchup.
Well, tried to go outside. Fortunately, just a little bit too far outside. The 2-2 pitch just inside as a really nicely placed pitch by DeCoco, and the count goes full. Tufts wanted that call. DeCoco thought she had her 4th strikeout. Instead, we'll do it again here on 3-2. Swung on, fly ball, left field. McCabe's able to make the play, and there's 2 down.
It might have been the first ball hit in the air, or at least to the outfield, by Williams so far today. DeCoco, a pitcher who generally keeps it on the ground, as we've mentioned.
The center fielder, number 9, Taylor Wise.
And so Taylor Wise will get her second at-bat of the afternoon. Grounded to third, her first time up. Another lefty for DeCoco. Try and end this 3rd inning. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Here's the 0-1. Swung on, dribbler to the first base line. Lineback makes the play over to Jimenez, but it looks like Wise got there in time. So an infield single for the leadoff batter of Williams.
And that's a play where you probably want to leave that to the pitcher. Let DeCoco handle it and then cover first so that there's a more bang-bang opportunity for a play. With both the first baseman and the pitcher converging to the ball, Jimenez had to move over to cover first and couldn't get there in time. So I think if you had to do that one again, probably let DeCoco handle it. But 2 outs, not the end of the world with a woman on first.
Chang shows bunt as she tips it into the glove of Oliva, who was unable to control it. Ball's ruled dead either way.
And Chang, she's 3 for 3 on the season in steal attempts. She's got some speed, but I don't love bunting with 2 outs or really bunting to get on base at all. But, I do understand maybe just trying to move.
Grounder right back to DeCoco. She fires over to first. That'll be the inning. And so this time, Sophia DeCoco able to show off her glove to make the 3rd out. Another hit given up, but Williams unable to do much with it. They still trail 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. Back here for the bottom of the third here at Spicer Field. Jumbo's leading 2-0 over the Williams College Eafs. Rachel Moore takes the ball down low. Blanche still out there for her third inning of work. And there's a strike on the outside corner. Moore struck out her first time up.
Still searching for her first home run of the year. She hit 7 last year and batted .427.
And that pitch dropping out of the strike zone before Moore was able to get a barrel on it. Count goes to 1-2.
So far this season, though, she does have 3 triples.
It'll be Moore, Perucci, and McCabe here for the Jumbos. McCabe led off that second inning in an effort that ended up plating 2 runs for the Jumbos. Popped up right back to Blanche, and she's able to run in and make that play for out number 1.
I just got jammed on that one a little bit, kind of off the part of the bat, more towards the handle. I think that's one of the ones you shake off afterwards, vibrate, hurts your hands, but good pitching to get a very dangerous hitter like Moore to just only make some soft contact.
Perucci grounds one foul. Grounded to short to end the first inning, her last time up. But Perucci, another very dangerous hitter in the middle of this Jumbo lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we said she's hitting .500, and she recorded an out in her first at-bat, so odds are.
So the gambler's fallacy, is that what it's called?
Yeah, it is true. No one can ever actually be due for anything in baseball or softball, as much as you at home might want that to be true.
Here's the 1-1. Blanche deals, and Perucci will foul it back 1-2. Perucci leading the team in hits, tied for the lead in doubles, has 6 on the season. Also able to work counts. A lot of walks on this season. 1-2 is just outside, and the count will go even.
Yeah, she is 4th in the NESCAC in batting average at the moment, behind 3 other players, including Dunaway, on this Williams roster. Though, of course, Perucci has started in 16 games, Dunaway only 7.
The 3-2, high drive, out of play.
Perucci also 5th in the NESCAC in RBIs. And among qualified players, pretty much 3rd in slugging percentage.
And we'll line that one into center field for a base hit. That ball was hammered.
Yeah, hard to see a better pizza hitting than that. Take the ball, put it right back where it came from. You know you made good contact when it goes straight back up the middle on a line. That's exactly what Perucci did. So now 1 out, and that middle of the order continues to produce for the Jumbos.
Well, you said it, Jared.
Yeah, every other at bat.
Out in the first.
Maybe she was due.
Base hit in the third. Here's McCabe with the runner on. Takes low. Now Perucci also a threat to run 5 for 5 in stolen base attempts this season. We'll see if they test the arm of Fleming behind the plate. The 1-0 swung on and missed. McCabe struck out her first time up. Grounds it right back to Blanche. Thought about going to second. Instead, will make the easy out at first. It'll be Perucci advancing to second. There's now a runner in scoring position with 2 away for Lauren Herida.
I think that is the right choice to make. Tempting to go for the lead runner at second, but that's a riskier play, and of course some speed on the base paths with Perucci. I think you'll take the out, get 2 outs, and hopefully just limit the damage and not give up a run here
Herida takes a strike to start off her at-bat. And grounds it right back to Blanche. Makes the out at first once again, and that'll be the end of the third inning. Jumbos get another runner on off of the single by Perucci, but are unable to advance her past second base. So we've finished 3 in the first half of this doubleheader. Tufts still up, 2-0. Back here for the 4th inning. Thank you for spending your Easter Sunday with us on JumboCast. We will have game 2 of this doubleheader immediately following coverage here. You'll be able to stay right on the live stream. We won't be changing out for anything else. Sophia DeCoco firing a strike into Cindy Fleming. It'll be 3-4-5 for the Eefs.
We talked about just really how dominant Fleming is, and she might be a little bit off her home run pace from last year, but somehow pretty much improved in all other aspects of her game, hitting 80 points higher than she did last year, slugging higher, getting on base more. So truly an all-around offensive threat for Williams and one of the best in the NESCAC.
Junior captain out of Burlingame, Florida, or California, I should say. A lot of California natives on this Williams team. You just look throughout the lineup. It's an interesting thing I observed while just doing some prep for today. Here's the 2-1. Ripped into center field. That's a base hit, her first of the game. Sydney Fleming on board with none out to start off the top of the 4th.
Looked a lot like Perucci's single from the previous half inning. 2 great hitters putting together some great pieces of hitting. Again, take what the pitcher gives to you and just give it right back.
And so this is the first base runner allowed by DeCoco with less than 2 outs in this game. McGuigan steps into the box. She is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Fleming, 3 for 3 on stolen bases combined over her last 2 seasons, including this one. 1-0 is the count. McGuigan dribbles it over to first base. DeCoco fires it in time to line back for the first out.
And that's why DeCoco is one of the best defensive pitchers we're going to see. That ball looked like it was just destined to be an infield single, but no. Gets to the ball on the third baseline, turns and fires immediately a strike to first base and just beats the runner by maybe a millisecond. And that's a big out to prevent 2 women from going on base.
DeCoco winning a National Gold Glove last season for her defensive output. Showing off that glove a little bit here in this game. Fleming advanced to second on the play. Of course, no play at second there with how quickly DeCoco had to fire over to first in order to even get her. 1-1 is now the count to Justine Dunaway. Grounded to short her last time up. But now a good opportunity to plate another RBI. Only 5 on the season, which is surprising for somebody who's had such tremendous offensive output so far this year. 2-1 is the count. And another ball just fouled back into the ground. Fleming on second base. Would be interesting to see if Williams sends the catcher on a base hit. Coco still trying to work that outside, just barely missing. And the count will go to 3-2. Williams trying to score their first run of this game, first run of this doubleheader. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. And DeCoco picks up strikeout number 4. Getting Dunaway swinging.
And you don't allow the runner to advance, so now runner still on second with 2 outs and a bit easier of a situation to deal with if you're DeCoco.
And that was one of the bigger threats offensively here for Williams. Coach Epstein out to the mound to have a conference with her infield. Would be surprised if this is DeCoco coming out of the game. She is always able to put out a ton of innings, a ton of pitches. And perhaps just planning strategy-wise what to do against Ramos here with 2 away. Epstein, in her 5th season as the Jumbos softball head coach, was actually a player for the Jumbos, while Chris Herman, the coach for Williams, was coaching here in Medford.
Yeah, we talked a bit about Herman's just unbelievable career. Of course, the Williams softball head coach, starting at Tufts, of course, won a 3-peat of NESCAC championships towards the end of her time at Tufts, 5 championships total, and then in 03, after having won in 01, 02, and 03, went to Williams and subsequently won in 04, 05, and 06. So 6 in a row for Chris Herman. Again, 3-peated in 16, 17, and 18. So really hard to find a more accomplished softball coach than Chris Herman, and added another one last year for her, I believe, 9th, or maybe even more than that, NESCAC championship. So, you know, they're led by a veteran leader.
One of the winningest active coaches in NCAA softball, as Herman able to, of course, win that title last season with the Eves and looking to try to repeat this time around. Win over the Jumbos here would be a good start, as they have an opportunity to put a run on the board with the Ronnie Ramos at the plate, count going to 2-1.
The only thing she hasn't done really is win a College World Series. We'll see if that can happen, an NCAA championship.
Ramos grounded to short, and it's off the glove of Steinberg. Rounding third and going towards the plate in time is the catcher Fleming. Ramos will advance to second. It was a bang-bang call at home plate. Oliva put the tag down, but the umpire says not in time. It's 2-1 in favor of Tufts.
Yeah, so 2 things happen on that play. Steinberg tries to backhand a ball that maybe she should have just squared up. Ball kicks off the heel of the glove, but then just when it looked like the play was kind of over and done, McCabe throws an absolute strike from left field, and I thought the throw beat the runner maybe by just a second, but good slide gets under the tag. Definitely a bang-bang play, and not sure how close that one was, but really I think McCabe made a play where there might not have been one by throwing such a strong throw from left field.
It was a dart from McCabe out in left. And now Blanche grounds one to Steinberg. She's able to make this play to end the inning, but the damage was done. 1 run comes across for the Eves. And they will be able to cut that deficit from 2-1, as that's now the score heading to the bottom of the 4th.
And I believe they're going to call that an error on Steinberg, which means will not impact DeCoco's earned run average. She still only has 2 earned runs charged to her on the season, 10 unearned runs on top of that, but that ERA going to continue to sparkle, now under 0.3.
That's impressive. I mean, for the amount of innings that DeCoco has pitched so far this season, being able to not allow any, quote-unquote earned runs. Definitely one of the best pitchers here in Division III.
Hasn't let up an earned run in her last 3 appearances, although that does include a 1/3 of an inning against Elmhurst, but she went 6 perfect innings in terms of runs, 6 innings, no runs against Bates, 7 innings, no runs, 9 strikeouts against Union. Really, one sore point was an 8-run outing against Stevens Point, but only one of those were earned runs, 7 unearned runs in a single game.
Remember that was a conversation last year when Williams played against Tufts. Lineback will take one downstairs. Of course, the pitcher that stole the show in that NESCAC final, Sadie Leonard, also was a pitcher against Tufts in the regular season. Most of those runs that she gave up were unearned, as lineback will ground one to short. Nice play by Decuris for out number 1.
Decuris has looked pretty strong at shortstop so far today.
Of course, not batting in the order for Williams, and so obviously coaching staff values the glove that she's able to provide at shortstop.
Love to see Oliva get a knock right here in a catching tandem with Carrie-Ann Slayton, but Slayton has produced a little bit more on offense than Oliva has, but as a freshman, still early in the year, hoping she can get it going.
Had a hit yesterday against Bates as well, so continuing to have an offensive impact when she's able to get into the lineup.
They've kept a pretty even split in terms of who handles the catching duties. I think they like what she provides behind the plate.
Of course, we saw Slayton spend time with Emma Jacobson last season. Of course, Jacobson now graduating, so Oliva here to fill that role. Facing a 2-1 count, high fly ball into center field. Wise is going to settle under it, and she will make the play for the second out.
Ball hit a mile in the air, but not too difficult to handle in center field, and now working pretty quickly is Katie Blanche, who, believe it or not, is a freshman.
She's had some good stuff so far, of course, both at the plate as well as on the mound. We'll likely see her playing either first or third in this second game. Bella Jimenez is up. She fouls one back for strike 1. Jimenez had that RBI single her last time up in the second. This time grounds it right back to Blanche. She makes the play, and that'll do it. Another scoreless frame for Katie Blanche, the freshman, settling in after giving up those first 2 runs in the second inning. As the score remains 2-1 in favor of Tufts. Now, we did see some action in the bullpen for Williams. Emily Barrazzo, the freshman out of South Burlington, Vermont, was getting some warm-up pitches in. We'll see if that means Blanche's day is done now. And if it is, pretty admirable performance overall.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. Blanche, only one of those 2 runs are earned. 2 strikeouts through 4 innings, so not much more you can ask, especially against a Tufts offense that has the potential to be one of the most dynamic in the country. 60 pitches through 4. I think we'll see if she'll get another inning, but I think Williams will be happy either way. DeCoco, meanwhile, looking to come out and keep firing.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about this jumbo lineup so far this season is it's been very top-heavy, at least to start the year off. You know, you have Edelman, Steinberg, Moore, and Perucci all hitting very, very well. And then towards the bottom, some players still looking to get going a little bit. And we know that we've seen them have the offensive prowess, as we've, of course, seen players like Jimenez and Lineback perform very well in 2023. But in terms of their performance so far this season, they're still looking to get that hot streak going to put those numbers back in the right place. And once that ends up happening, I mean, this is still a Jumbo's team that mercied Bates yesterday. So if the full lineup can get going, definitely a very, very scary team.
Yeah, we talked about that a bit yesterday in that the Tufts offensive numbers overall are actually down quite a bit from last year when they hit over 330 as a team. They're below 300 this year, and I think a lot of that has to do with that split we see between the top half and the bottom half of the lineup.
Trujillo Balderas unable to make the play is Jimenez at second base, and that'll be a leadoff single for the Eve's second baseman.
But just finishing my point, yesterday they did mercy Bates, and I thought coming into that game it would be good for the team to just get some easy wins, rack up some runs, and they did that. But even then, the offense was still heavily focused on the top half of the lineup. So I think it's when you start seeing that bottom half turn around is when you'll really see the team kick into gear. Williams, meanwhile, has really had success deep in its lineup so far this year.
Miller showed bunt, fouled it back. DeCoco still on the mound. Of course, gave up that one unearned run in the fourth inning. It was a very hard hit ball towards Steinberg. It was a bit of a 50-50 in terms of whether it be a hit or an error. Bunt shown again to Miller. She's unable to make contact, and the count goes to 0-2.
You think she shows bunt 0-2?
Would be surprised. She flew out to left field her last time up, so was able to put bat to ball pretty well. Of course, a foul ball with the 2 strikes off of a bunt would result in a strikeout. Goes swinging on 0-2 and fouls it back. At the top of the lineup, up after Miller. Wise had a single in the third inning, so with a runner on early, good opportunity for Williams to get back into this game. Fly ball, left center field. Edelman takes multiple strides back to make the play on the run. Going back to first is Trujillo Balderas, and there's now one away.
Yeah, that's not an easy play to make. I think Edelman read that one off the bat pretty beautifully. If you see the flag in center field, the wind is blowing pretty much in that direction towards the 220 sign in center field. But, you know, first step looked great in the right direction, moving back to her right, and, you know, brought that one in. Again, isn't always as easy as it might look.
So a hard hit ball, unfortunately not resulting in a hit for the Eves. Second flyout of the game for Miller, as Wise will take strike one.
And again, looking like they showed bunt right there. I personally don't totally understand the strategy behind it, but pretty common, it seems, with one out, runner on first, to at least feign bunt and get the defense to come in.
Jumbos have the corners in. Pitch from DeCoco is just low, and the count goes to 1-1. Why is that contact bat? Already 1 for 2 on the day. The 1-1 grounded to third. Moore fields it. Will fire to second for 1. Jimenez will not attempt to make the double play, and she'll run it in to collect out number 2, as it'll just be a fielder's choice. 5-4.
Pretty impossible to turn 2 on that play, but great decision to get the lead runner at second. That really does make things a little bit easier now with 2 outs, only a runner on first, and I think DeCoco settled down a bit after giving up a base runner to start the inning.
So it'll just be a swap of Trujillo Baldera for Wise at first base. 2 away here for Kayla Chang. 0 for 2, grounded right back to DeCoco, her last time up.
Now that wind maybe seems like it's changed directions a little bit, now
Yep.
blowing out towards right field. So could have some impact on a ball pulled in the air by a left-handed batter.
The 0-1 showing bunt again is Chang. Unable to make contact as Moore and Lineback were forced in.
And frankly, I don't get it. I mean, Moore, such a strong defender at third, such a strong arm with 2 outs. Not sure what really is gained by laying a bunt down. And now down 0-2.
Foul back. Chang, somebody who does lay down a lot of bunts, I believe has 5 on the season. However, of course, with 2 outs, would rely a lot on her speed in order to try to eke out an infield hit and just keep the rally going a little bit. 0-2 is the count. DeCoco looking to escape this 5th inning. Runner goes. Wise will be tagged out by Steinberg. A beautiful throw by Heaven Oliva and a better tag by Bella Jimenez, and that'll end the inning.
That is textbook. Oliva, when she threw that ball, there was no one at second base. Put that ball exactly where it needed to go and, met there by Steinberg mid-stride. That ball beat the runner by a mile. Hard to see a better throw him out play at second base on a steal attempt than that. And Oliva, the freshman, showing exactly why the team has so much faith in her to start these games.
It's the first caught stealing of the season for Taylor Wise. Has 1 successful stolen base on the season, and this time records out number 3 here in the 5th. Jumbo's looking to extend their lead. We'll be back after this on JumboCast. Top of the lineup here for the Jumbos in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Edelman gets tagged on that pitch. He's running over to first base. Looks like there's a disagreement between whether that ball actually did hit her, between the umpiring crew and Sydney Fleming, but now the umpiring crew will go to talk it over a little bit.
I mean, she made her way over to first base pretty quickly. It looked to me like she got maybe just tagged on the foot. The ball was definitely going in her direction. That's for sure. It was inside. Now, I'm not sure what exactly the umpires can decide here. They're going to bring her back to home plate, it seems like. Nope.
So perhaps the ruling was the ball hit the ground perhaps before hitting Edelman's leg, and so instead it'll just be a 1-0 count, and we'll be right back here at the top of the order. Blanche out on the mound again. We have some defensive changes. Dunaway, who is the DP to start this game off, is now at first base. Kelly McGuigan likely just swapping positions with Dunaway there. Here's the 2-0 to Edelman. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, we thought Blanche might be done after last inning, but not so. She's back out to throw again. I think that's the right choice. She's been pretty effective so far today, and looking to take her performance even deeper in the game.
Nice play by Blanche, and that robs Edelman of a base hit. Looked like it was going up the middle for her second, or for another single for her, but looks like Katie Blanche is showing off the glove on the mound, just like the Coco did earlier today.
No, Blanche has really impressed me in terms of her defense so far today. I mean, what we haven't noticed that she's 6'3". that is quite tall, especially for a pitcher, and gives her kind of a big radius.
Steinberg grounds it to second. Trujillo Balderas bobbles it and is able to make the play at first base. A strong throw and a strong recovery by the second baseman, Trujillo Balderas, and there's quickly 2 outs.
Yeah, flourish of an out call at first base on a bang play, but as I was saying, 6'3" on the mound. That means when the ball's hit back at the pitcher, that's a big frame to kind of reach out and grab. It also really changes the eye levels for the hitter. I think maybe one of the tallest pitchers in the NESCAC. at 6'3", and of course, as a freshman, maybe even there's more that we will be seeing from Blanche in the future.
And of course, has kept Williams alive in this game. Rachel Moore grounds a single up the middle, and she'll be the first basewoman on in the 5th inning for the Jumbos.
Yeah, and I mean, if things had gone another way, you'd maybe think the Jumbos would have 3 base runners. Obviously, the first, or I guess it would be more like 2, but hit by pitch called back, and then a bang-bang play that really could have gone either way at first base, and now with 2 outs, a single and a runner on.
Here's Caitlin Perucci. Takes the ball down low. Perucci singled her last time up. Reached second base on a ground out advancement, but was unable to get further than that. 1-0. Going is the runner, and it looks like Moore will get there in time.
I said really the only thing Perucci has yet to do this year is hit a home run. I'm not making any predictions, but I think it'll happen at some point.
Be some big insurance runs with just 2 innings to go. 2-0 count. In there for a strike.
Yeah, it's a borderline call, but that's one that we've seen given multiple times today, just painted on the outside corner.
Moore was the 7th jumbo base hit of the afternoon. Ball in the dirt. Moore advances to third on the pass ball.
And good heads-up base running from Moore. It seemed like as soon as that ball even touched the dirt, she was on her way to third. And now all it will take is a single to get her home.
Fly ball right field, and there is Chang to make the play. Hard hit contact with the runner on third base, but unable to fall for that RBI to try and extend that lead. Nice play by Chang. Good defensive output by Williams in that inning. Jumbos put 3 good balls in play. Williams were able to make all 3 of those plays for all 3 of those outs.
DeCoco coming back out again for another inning. Just a workhorse on this Tufts staff. Again, she pitched 6 innings yesterday. Looking to pitch her 6th inning today as well and maybe go for a complete game.
Has the opportunity to do so. Of course, we'll be facing Chang, Fleming, and McGuigan, who are the 2, 3, and 4 batters of this Williams lineup. Blanche has put the Eves in a good position here, not just in this game, but also in the series as a whole, this doubleheader. Of course, Sadie Leonard still yet to pitch. We're likely to see her in this second game of the doubleheader. Williams able to sneak out a win here, get some base runners on, score some runs. With one of the best pitchers in Division III up next, it would be a really great way to start off the NESCAC season.
Yeah, and the Jumbos only 2 runs scored against the freshman Blanche, and of course she is quite the impressive pitcher, but Sadie Leonard maybe in a league of her own when it comes to D3 softball pitchers. So you only get 2 runs in Game 1. You're going to be lucky to get any in Game 2 with Leonard on the mound.
The question is, will the Eves be able to capitalize on the offensive end? DeCoco has been dealing. Only allowing 1 unearned run through 5 innings, 4 hits. Chang fouls one back. Of course, Chang was at the plate when Wise was thrown out on that steal attempt. Count resets, and looks like Chang will get another opportunity. Currently 0 for 2 on the afternoon, a strikeout and a ground out.
And she's looked to lay down a bunt several times today, but has been unsuccessful in that regard. I think with no one on base, she'll be swinging.
Grounder up the middle, stopped by Steinberg, but that's all. A diving play to keep the ball in the infield, but of course Steinberg, after that diving play, was unable to get up and make the throw before Chang reached first base.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable effort to even get to that ball. Full layout on the infield, dirt, all over her now, but, with the distance to the base, it's going to be hard to get up off of that and fire to first to get the runner. So, good effort, but now a runner on first to start off the inning. DeCoco been giving up a few base runners these last couple of innings.
Of course, allowed that leadoff single in the 4th that ended up coming around and scoring, as Fleming was the runner who scored and had that leadoff single. She takes ball 1.
Yeah, and really the last person, as we've been talking about, you want to see in the batter's box with a runner on.
Here's the 1-0. Fleming, of course, doing some good work behind the plate as well. And we'll have an opportunity to at least put some runners in scoring position. She's going to show bunt. It's popped up into foul territory. That was a surprising decision by one of the best hitters in this East lineup.
Williams, they seem to have a focus on bunting, but they've yet to successfully drop one down today, and having your best hitter attempt a bunt, surprising to say the least, and maybe that's the point, catch the defense off guard.
Well, now Lineback is in at first base. Of course, with the count being 1-2, unlikely to see that again. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, 2-2. Sydney Fleming, 6 doubles, 3 home runs on the season. She grounds that one to short. Steinberg fields, fires to second for 1. Jimenez not in time to complete the double play, but they get the lead runner, and there's 1 down.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty close to a double play, as you can often get. If that ball had been hit just a little bit harder, they might have had a chance at turning 2, but as always, pretty difficult to turn a double play. That being said, got the lead runner.
Louisa Coughlin into pinch run for Fleming as McGuigan steps into the box.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if your attention,
We'll
please,
see if
runner
Coughlin
at first
becomes
base
a
for
threat to run.
19, Louisa Coughlin.
Of course, she's representing the tying run late in this game. McGuigan takes the ball in the dirt. Nice stop by Oliva. Of course, McGuigan was initially playing first base to start this game. Was subbed into that DP position as Dunaway took that spot. Still in the lineup and still a great threat with the bat.
Yeah, McGuigan, one of those 5 Williams players who has recorded a home run this season. She's well up over 300. Over 800 OPS, really all the benchmarks you look for in a successful hitter. And someone I think, 1 ball, 1 strike, not a bad count. Runner on. There's some damage that can be done here.
Here's the 1-1. High fly ball right field. Going back is Perucci towards the wall. It's off the wall. And that'll just be a single as Coughlin was hesitant to go further in case Perucci made that play. It's a high fly single for McGuigan, and there's now runners on first and second for the Eves.
And I think Coughlin should be on third base right now. I know you have to play that conservatively, and it wasn't clear if that ball was going to be caught, but it looked to me off the bat that ball was over the head of the right fielder no matter what. The question was, would it get out? And bounced off the wall to really only record a single and not even advance the runner to third. Favorable situation, 2 on and only 1 out, but, still.
So the Williams hitters starting to get to DeCoco a little bit. 2 runners on, and they have another very strong batswoman at the plate in Justine Dunaway. Dunaway 0 for 2, struck out back in the 4th inning. A 1-0 pitch outside. And a nice placement there on the inside. Gets Dunaway swinging, the count 1-2. Lineback's playing in at first base. Normally any ground ball hit to that right side would result in some weak contact. Dunaway fouls it to the left as she pulls it foul.
Expect Coco to attack the outside of the zone again here, maybe elevate it a little bit. Favorable 1-2 count for the pitcher. And I think Williams, they're going to want to be aggressive, and I think DeCoco will want to take advantage of that.
The 1-2. That was the right spot. You called it.
Elevated and outside.
It's a big spot for DeCoco. Of course, I'm sure she remembers very clearly the last time she pitched against Williams. That NESCAC championship not going their way. The 2-2, swung on and grounded to third. Moore makes the tag at third to get Coughlin the lead runner. A very smart defensive play by the Jumbo third basewoman, and there's now 2 outs.
I think, again, that's the right call. You know, perfect world, you turn 2, but I don't think even if you get that ball to second, you're going to get the ball to first in time for the double play. So the right move is get the lead runner. She did that, and now with 2 outs, it's just any square base on the infield or, you know, any other way to record that out, and you don't have to worry about the runners.
Well, Ronnie Ramos takes a strike. Ramos reached on that error by Josie Steinberg, that hard-hit ball that went under her glove. That resulted in the lone run being scored for Williams. Pop foul, and she's quickly down 0-2.
And DeCoco now 1 pitch away from getting out of really the only real jam she's faced so far today.
Ramos has made good contact against DeCoco in both of her plate appearances. Opportunity to tie here for Williams. 0-2 from DeCoco on the outside corner, and they got her. It was a late call by the umpire, but a strike all the same. DeCoco working out of that jam, escaping without a run being allowed, and giving Tufts that 1-run lead.
I might have just blinked, but it looked outside to me, looked maybe a little bit outside. Favorable call for DeCoco, but a big one in that really got her out of a jam right there, and now we'll continue to the bottom of the 6th, 2-1. And, you know, Tufts can add an insurance run here. All they need to do is blank Williams in the top of the 7th, and that'll be the game.
Well, Williams has Blanche out there again, and she will be the one who is at least assigned to start off the bottom of the 6th inning. Of course, we saw some action in the bullpen earlier, but with the way that Blanche has been dealing, would not be surprised to just see her left in the game. Has had 3 straight scoreless frames against one of the best offensives in Division III. The Jumbos will have 5, 6, and 7. McCabe, Herida, and Lineback up.
I like the choice of Glory Days as a walk-up song. And McCabe, we saw earlier today, really unleash a throw from left field that was just not in time to prevent the only run of the game from scoring for Williams, but has been an all-around impact on this Jumbo's roster.
And Blanche deals a strike to start the bottom of the 6th. McCabe 0 for 2 on the afternoon. She struck out and grounded her right back to Blanche. A lot of 1-3s on the scorecard for Williams today. Blanche both, of course, doing a lot in terms of her pitching ability, but also her defensive ability.
Yeah, and I think Blanche has really been impressive as she's been so far this year, and I have to feel that there might be even another level to be unlocked. Maybe in more of the strikeout, missing bats type of game. She gets ahead in the count so often, she can develop a real put-away pitch, especially at her height. She could be one of the most dominant pitchers in the NESCAC for years to come.
Check swing did not go around. And the count will go to 2-2.
But really the success she's had already as a freshman has been nothing but impressive, and that's on offense and on defense. So Williams set up to succeed in the long run.
Yeah, Sadie Leonard, freshman last season, won NESCAC Freshman of the Year, as well as Pitcher of the Year. Of course, shared that rookie title with Emily Doty, who ended up transferring away from the Jumbos. McCabe grounds one foul. Count will stay at 2-2. But Blanche has an opportunity to earn that award if she continues to perform the way that she has been. McCabe faces a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch, grounded foul. If Jumbos can get a run across, it would be nice insurance for whoever ends up on the mound for Tufts in the 7th inning. We saw Sky Johnson warming up. Now, of course, that could just be her getting prepared for the start of game number 2. McCabe grounds it right back to Blanche. She's had an active day on the defensive end. There's one down.
And just so casual with it makes the play look easy. It's not when that ball comes right back at you as a pitcher, but yet to make a mistake as Blanche. And now, you know, if they can keep this deficit within 1 run, I think you come to the top of the 7th and you have a shot.
Herida takes ball 1 outside. Singled and a run scored in the 2nd inning. Grounded right back to Blanche. Seems to be a common trend here for the Jumbos, her last time up. Two and 0. Would you send Sky Johnson out there for the 7th, or you let DeCoco finish this out?
That's a tough one. I think it's kind of a coin flip.
Herida gets that ball into the outfield for a single with 1 away. Just out of reach of the glove from Trujillo Balderas.
But to answer your question, I think I would leave DeCoco out there for the 7th. Want to give her a shot at that complete game. Really, all she's given up has been soft contact. And we'll see Sky Johnson, presumably, in the second half of this doubleheader.
We'll see Coach Epstein make a change here to, with the umpiring crew. It'll be Lindsey Newman pinch hitting for lineback here in the 6th. Of course, the Jumbos have a ton of players that they love, that they are trying to get playing time. Newman definitely one of them in 21 plate appearances this season, hitting .350. Had a breakout season last year, hitting .370 with a .985 OPS. And gets a big opportunity with a runner on and late in this game.
Gets points for an electric walk-up song.
You're big on the walk-up songs.
Always.
Did you have one when you...
No, I never played on a good enough team where they would give a good enough for us to have walk-up songs. I wish, though. Always thought about what mine would be.
Newman swings and misses at strike 2.
I always thought Superstition would make a good walk-up song. I also like the song Cuddy Zone because the chorus is like, you know, in your zone. And, you know, I feel like that's the right state of mind that a hitter needs to be when they come to the plate.
I think if I got my 2nd season on varsity, I would have been able to choose that walk-up song. Of course, class of 2020, so season was ended short. But 1 and 2 is swung on and missed, and Newman down on strikes in her pinch hit attempt.
But I give Newman credit. I think Baba O'Reilly, that's a pretty elite walk-up song. I think that really, it works for anyone. It just has a vibe to it of just like, I'm coming up and I'm getting a hit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's probably one of the top walk-up songs of all time, if I had to put a tier list out there. 2 away in the 6th. That ball gets away and will allow for Herida to reach second.
Tufts has been the beneficiary of a couple passed balls so far today. And, you know, even with 2 outs, those types of things, they change the dynamic of an inning, especially from the mindset of a hitter. I think, you know, ideally the hitter should always just be thinking, let's put the bat on the ball and see what we can do.
What do you know? Right back to Blanche. As Oliva will go down for the 3rd out of the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be DeCoco on the mound again, as the Jumbos will look to close this one out. They lead 2-1 heading into the final frame. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Blanche, Trujillo Baldera, and Miller to try and salvage this first game of a doubleheader between Tufts and Williams. Sophia DeCoco out on the mound again, looking to finish off this complete game with a win.
And
Blanche takes strike one.
There's that outside corner. We've been talking about that all day, and it's a call that umpire is consistently giving. You're going to keep working that outside of the zone if the umpire is going to give you that, and that's DeCoco's bread and butter.
Quickly ahead 0-2. Blanche 0 for 2, grounded to short her last time up. Ran the numbers really quickly in that break. 7 ground balls to her on the mound today. That is nearly half of the outs recorded by the Eves. Here's the 0-2. DeCoco fires in that outside corner just out of the zone. And it'll go to 1-2.
Yeah, and being 6'3" in the box, I think it has a lot of advantages as a pitcher. It has some advantages as a hitter as well, but it also means that strike zone is going to be a little bit bigger. You see tall hitters crouch a little bit to try to narrow that down. Crowd there wanted a third strike. Looked pretty outside to me.
Yeah, pitch was breaking away, was in the zone for a while on its path towards the plate. Well, leaving that count up at 2-2. Blanche has been a solid hitter for the Eves so far this season, and she's worked the count full.
And now nibbling just a little bit if you're DeCoco. I think you want to be a little more aggressive, especially, no reason to sneeze at Blanche. Very strong hitter, but don't want to put people on base unnecessarily when you know you can pitch to contact.
Dribble it to short. Steinberg picks it up. Going to be a tough play. Fires over to first, not in time. An infield single for Katie Blanche, and there's a runner on here in the top of the 7th.
And just hit softly enough. I mean, that is that soft contact that DeCoco lives off of, but sometimes with the speed, long strides down the base paths from the pitcher and hitter Blanche, it changes things.
Yeah, Blanche with those long strides, able to reach first very quickly. Showing bunt right now is Trujillo Baldera, as it'll go foul.
And now, as a pitcher, what do you think it feels like to go from pitching to a 6'3" batter in the box to a 4'11" batter in the box? That's over a foot difference. I mean, there is a legitimate, mindset as a pitcher. That's a completely different strike zone.
Just the location of where the zone is changes a ton here, and you can see Trujillo Baldera crouching in that batter stance to try to even make that zone smaller than it might have already been. She's facing a 1-1 count. Blanche has stolen 1 base so far this season, was successful on it. Line drive, base hit into left field. Blanche will stop at second as McCabe will haul it in. Another single, back-to-back. Base hits here for the Eves, and they suddenly are in a good position in this game. A hard-hit single by Vicky Trujillo Balderas.
Second straight inning, DeCoco has gotten herself into a little bit of trouble. She was able to work her way out of it in the previous inning, but...
And we still see Sky Johnson warming up in the Jumbo bullpen. Players-only conference on the mound. And, of course, some flashbacks of that 2023 NESCAC Championship might be coming back into some of the minds of the Jumbos right now. Sydney Miller steps into the box. She has flown out twice in this game. Once to left, once to center. Fly ball goes to right. Could be an opportunity for Blanche to tag up and move to third. Soft swing and pops it right back into the glove of Oliva. She's trying to slap it to advance the runners and ends up with a very unproductive out.
Yeah, that's pretty much the last thing you wanted if you are Williams right there. I mean, it was like a half bunt, half swing, but got under it. Looked like the ball kind of hit on top of the bat, straight up in the air, an easy out for Heaven Oliva. And now a bit of a sigh of relief, I think. You can really have a lot more to work with now with 1 out. Just try to get the lead runner and not worry about anything else.
Coach Herman talking with the umpires really quickly.
So Barrazo is going to enter the game as a pinch runner, I believe, replacing Vicky Trujillo Balderas at first base.
Barraza has not attempted a steal on the season. Has performed pretty well at the plate. 824 OPS. First pitch is lined into left center field. That's a base hit. Blanche is rounding third. She's coming home. The throw from Edelman not in time. A run will score. Over to second is line back over to Jimenez, but it will not be in time as that's an RBI single for the leadoff hitter, Wise, and all of a sudden this game is tied at 2.
And Williams, they just kept fighting, and now after Tufts has held the lead the entire game, they get that second run on the board. A solid piece of hitting again. Looks like they're seeing DeCoco maybe a little better now than they were earlier in the game. That's a line drive into left and an easy run to score. And now a completely new ball game. They're threatening to take the lead, and then, of course, the Jumbos will bat in the bottom of the inning.
Another change here for Herman and the Eefs. It'll be Kaya Glickman entering as a pinch hitter for Chang. Of course, the lefty for righty swap perhaps is the reasoning for this decision. Glickman takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Still only 1 away. Double play could end the inning, but those are hard to come by. Of course, with the softball field being smaller than a baseball field, you don't see those plays as often. Here's the 0-1. Grounder foul. Glickman has struggled a little bit at the plate so far this season. Hit .233 in 2023. And a double and 3 RBIs this season. 2 RBIs off of 2 hits. Still runners in scoring position. Check swing is grounded foul, or was it a pass ball actually, as the runners are going to advance.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd play. It looked like it was a check swing, but the ball didn't hit the bat, and ball bounced away, and now takes away that opportunity for a force. Now 1-2, you really need a strikeout here if you don't want a run to come in and score.
Big spot here for Kaya Glickman. DeCoco on the 1-2 will deal a ground ball to third. Moore is going to fire home. They go right back to third. The ball goes away. Barraza will now run towards home. Here's the throw from McCabe. It is not in time. Another run will score. Advancing to third is Wise. And a wild sequence of events defensively for the Jumbos will result in Williams taking the lead, and still runners on second and third.
Yeah, I'm trying to unpack what just happened. The run scores. There were multiple errant throws. I'm just trying to think about what I just witnessed.
So the ground ball went to Moore. Moore fired home to try and force a rundown potentially for Barraza, who is halfway between third and home plate.
Back to third.
They fire back to third. The ball goes loose. That scores the run. Wise then round second, heads towards third.
Had a chance at that play as well, but looked like neither defender there was really ready for the ball. Drop that one. Now you got a runner on third as well, and a lead for Williams. So really this game has turned on its head almost out of nowhere.
And another tough situation of DeCoco issuing a ground ball and a run scoring because of the defense. Not necessarily mistake-wise, because, of course, they made the right decision in terms of throwing home. It was just a couple of drop balls, and now it's Williams with a 1-run lead.
Yeah, when you get the runner in a rundown between third and home, you can't throw the ball away back up the third base line. I mean, you'd rather her just be safe at third than her manage to come around and score. So, yeah, sloppy defense, which is very uncharacteristic of this Tufts team.
And here comes McGuigan, still with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 away. High fly ball, deep right field. Perucci back at the track, off the wall. And that'll be extra bases here for McGuigan. 1 run in, another run comes home as well as Chang comes all the way around from second to score. It's an RBI double. 2 runs come in off of the double by McGuigan, and now it's 5-3 Eefs.
And this one's just getting away from DeCoco a little bit. That ball in the air, wind blowing in the same direction out to right center field and hit a mile high. Don't think there was really anything Perucci could do to get under that. Bounces off the wall, and now this game has been opened up a bit. Had been so close the entire way, and now 5-2 with only 1 out and a woman on second. Going to be difficult.
Grounded to third. Moore makes the play at first, advancing to third, or the attempt is unsuccessful as Fleming gets there in time.
Heads up base running per usual to take third base on the throw to first, and now with 2 outs feel a little bit better if you're DeCoco, but just a tough inning overall.
So here's Dunaway with 2 down. Two and 0.
And that one just nibbled the corner, couldn't get the call.
Runner on third for Dunaway. Sophia DeCoco still out there trying to finish off this 7th inning. Ground ball, diving stop by Steinberg on her knees, will fire. It's over the head of linebacker. She's off the base path.
Wow.
They rule her safe, saying she did not cross the foul line. Run comes home, regardless off of the single.
I think that could have been an out at first base. I mean, she made a move towards second. At least it looked like to me. Really all you have to do is make any sort of move towards second base, and then you're fair game to be tagged. Seems like that might be what the conversation is between the umpire and Coach Epstein right now. They're going to meet to decide. I don't have I don't know the exact timing. I feel like if it is an out at first, that run will not count. We can check our little replay to see if that is true. But the runner may have crossed home plate before the out would have been recorded. Regardless, I think if I had to guess, they're going to change this call at first. It seemed to me like a move was made towards second base.
Seems like Dunaway was at least straddling that foul line, and the umpiring crew will rule her safe. So, looks like not enough evidence to overturn that call, and this inning remains alive for the Eves, who have put up a 5 spot here in the top of the 7th.
And at this point, DeCoco just needs to get out of the inning. No need to bring in another pitcher. This one's just gotten away a little bit. And of course, you never know what could happen in the bottom of the inning, but no need to bring in another pitcher.
Ramos takes ball 1. Ramos is the 9th batter for Williams here in this 7th inning. Ground ball to short. Steinberg bobbles it, picks it up, throws it over to first. Not in time.
Oh.
It was a bang-bang play. Linebacker with a nice stretch to try and decrease that travel time, but it was just a bit too late. And once again, another infield single. Runners on first and second with 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful stretch at first, and I think the bobble is really what cost that out right there. Had that ball just come out of the glove a little bit cleaner, would have been out at first, and now DeCoco's day is going to be done.
Lacey Chillick will come into the game for DeCoco, who worked 6 2/3 innings, allowing 6 runs off of 12 hits. That doesn't tell the true story of this game, though, Jared. DeCoco was dominant through those first 6 innings.
Yeah, she really was. She was putting together another masterful performance, and really it seemed to me like kind of a foregone conclusion she was going to close this one out, and Tufts would leave the win, but strong fight shown from the Williams offense and a couple balls that just didn't roll her direction. And now 6-2, and Chillick entering the game. This will be her 5th appearance on the season, I believe. Or excuse me, sorry, her 2nd appearance pitching. I was looking at her hitting statistics. She did pitch a complete game shutout against Westminster. 7 innings, no runs, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks. This will be her 2nd appearance, of course. First in relief, and just looking really to get 1 out.
So Chillick out for the 2nd time. Of course, the Jumbos have a couple of other pitchers that they have used. Sky Johnson likely to start that 2nd game. So with this first head of the doubleheader already kind of in a good position for Williams, perhaps not wanting to see Johnson out right now. It'll be a big duel in game number 2, as
Yeah.
of course we still have Sadie Leonard on the mound for Williams in that second half.
Yeah, that's building up to be a pretty big game, I would say. Two great pitchers, but definitely a different vibe now that this game has completely turned on its head.
We mentioned if Williams could get away with this game 1 and have Leonard on the mound for game 2, it would be a really big swing in momentum for the East season. Currently just sitting at 7-6. Blanche grounds it to third. Moore takes the easy out at her own position, and that will finally be the end of the inning. But not before the damage has been done. 5 runs come across for Williams in the top of the 7th. In a game that was originally 2-1 in favor of Tufts, the East now have a 4-run lead, with the Jumbos having the last licks. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th after this. Bottom of the 7th inning here at Spicer Field. The Jumbos down 4 unexpectedly, according to likely many, after ending that 6th inning, still up a run. But Williams put up 5 runs in that 7th. And now it'll be Bella Jimenez to lead off for the Jumbos.
Yeah, we just heard Enter Sandman on the speakers. Jumbos are hoping that the effect of that song is not applied to them. I mean, down 4 is tough to come back from, but it is really the meat of the order coming up after Jimenez.
Takes strike 2. Jimenez had a single in the 2nd inning. It was Enter Sandman, immediately followed by Hot Potato by the Wiggles. Big change in pace in terms of the music. Low and away, ball 1.
You know, crazier things have happened than a 4-run comeback in the bottom of the 7th, but Tufts has their work cut out for them.
Well, the top of the lineup up after this, as you said, Edelman on deck. The 1-2 swung on and missed, and Jimenez is down on strikes for out number 1.
Yeah, Blanche is filling it on the mound right now. I think she likes the way the ball is coming out of her hand. The wind is now whipping out in center field, and I think Blanche is confident that she'll be able to close this one out. Seems might be the first complete game of her career. I'm going to double check on that.
Here's Edelman with 1 down, shows bunt, takes it outside, 1-0.
Not that she had a complete game, 7 innings, no earned runs versus Chapman on the 25th, only a week ago.
Edelman has 2 hits on the day. Both were earlier in this game. Of course, had that situation where the ball grazed her, but the umpiring crew ruled that it hit the ground before. And so eventually grounded back right to Blanche. Fouls it back, 2-1. Of course, you think back to the NCAA regional that Tufts played last season, where, of course, they gave up a couple of runs in the last inning, but were able to stay alive, force extras against Moravian. 2-1, high fly ball into foul territory. Running to try to make the play is Chang, but not able to get there, and the count will go to 2-2 instead.
Yeah, I don't have the best angle on that, but it looked like she came pretty close to making that play up against the fence. Unable to haul it in, though, so another shot at getting on base right here for Edelman.
Edelman, 2-time All-NESCAC first team, one of the best center fielders in the NESCAC. Takes ball 3, and the count goes full. Steinberg on deck. She's 0 for 3. Here's the payoff. right back out of play down the right field line. Of course, stay tuned with us here on JumboCast for Game 2 of this doubleheader. We'll probably start 20 to 30 minutes after conclusion of this one. 3-2 again. Edelman swings, grounds it right back to Blanche, who makes another fantastic play. And the Jumbos are now down to their final out.
I mean, Blanche is just a machine on the mound right now. Just anything that's back in her direction seems like it's just effortlessly handled by her. Reaches down and grabs that one like it's nothing. And now 2 outs, and the Jumbos are down to their last out of the ball game.
That's the 8th ground ball right back to Blanche that she's been able to pick up and fire to first. Steinberg still looking for her first hit. Of course, not often you see a hitless game from the graduate student. She's hitting .434 entering today. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball to short. Bobbled and not able to make the play is DeCures. We'll see if they rule that an error on the shortstop DeCures, but now the Jumbos still have life.
Ball definitely took a little bit of a tough bounce at the end right there. Kind of saw it as soon as it went up that I didn't think the play was going to be made.
They rule it an E6.
A little quick 2-run home run right here. Cut the lead to 2.
If anyone could do it, Rachel Moore, definitely a worthy candidate. A lot of power in that right-handed bat. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it right behind home plate.
And I just can't help noticing the wind keeps switching directions. Now it's blowing back to left field, so maybe just because Rachel Moore is batting. Right-handed hitter. Pull side, though. We do often see a lot of home runs more hit to the opposite field.
Moore takes one low. The count goes 1-1. Steinberg, threat to steal, 9 stolen bases last season, 4 for 5 this year. The 1-1. Grounded foul, the Jumbos down to their last strike.
And she's taking some hacks right now. I mean, obviously, no point in doing otherwise at this point in the game.
Moore singled her last time up in the 5th. Facing a 1-2 count. 2-2. Katie Blanche, a fantastic day. Has the opportunity to pick up the complete game win alongside a ton of defensive gems. Here's the 2-2. Soft ground ball to third. Ramos picks it up. The throw is in time, and that's the ball game. The Jumbos held a 2-1 lead into the 7th inning. Williams put up a 5-spot, and they take this one over the Jumbos 6-2 in the first half of this doubleheader here on Spicer Field.
Yeah, this was a game that really took a turn in the 7th inning. Looked like it was almost a foregone conclusion that the Jumbos would hold on to their small lead 2-1 on the back of a great performance from Sophia DeCoco, but it's not what happened. And a big rally from Williams in the top of the 7th brought 5 runs home. Helped a little bit by some questionable defense from the Jumbos, and in the end, 6-2 was your final score. And so now, as we talked about, setting up a pitcher's duel in the second game of this doubleheader, we'll see Sadie Leonard on the mound, a pretty exciting prospect against Sky Johnson. Excited to watch that one remaining here on JumboCast.
Yeah, this is the 2nd straight win for the Eves here on Spicer. Of course, the first one coming a year ago in that NESCAC championship. A lot of these players were on the field for that moment. One of them, Sadie Leonard, will be pitching in the second half of this doubleheader. It'll be Sky Johnson against Leonard, as the Jumbos will look to try and work a split as they take their first loss of the NESCAC season. We'll be back in about 20 to 30 minutes for the start of Game 2. On behalf of our crew here, Max Druckman, Jordan Burke, Jared Cohen, I've been Andrew Howe. We'll see you for Game number 2 between Tufts and Williams, and of course, stay home safely.
Don't wanna let you know you're so hypnotic, magical. Don't wanna let you know you're so hypnotic, magical.
need to limit those types of errors. They were going good until that point in order to get a NESCAC win here in the second game of the doubleheader.
Yeah, what I noticed was Tufts needs to simplify their softball play. They're trying to do 2 extra with their plays in the infield, and that just leads to errors. If they just held on to the ball at home plate and stopped any runs from coming in, it would have gone the other way.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As you guys mentioned, in that inning, 5 runs were scored, only the first 2 of which were earned runs. 3 came as a result of some defensive misplays. In a game as tight as that one was, in a game as tight as most NESCAC games are, when you give up 300 runs in an inning, bad things are going to happen. And a little bit of a surprise as we were taking a look at the lineups here for this one, as we were expecting a certain NESCAC pitcher of the year to come out for the Eves, but no Sadie Leonard. What are your thoughts on that, Jason?
Yeah, Riley, I was pretty surprised. I mean, we were talking about it before the game. We were looking primed for a matchup between Sky Johnson and, as you said, but Natalie Carter instead is coming in for the Eves today.
Taylor Wise going to lead off here for the Eves. Sky Johnson, as you mentioned, on the mound. We will take a look momentarily at the Jumbo's defense. As the first one just outside to the leadoff hitter. Jumbo's here making a couple substitutions. Perucci in right field, moving Lindsay Newman to left field, and then entering the game as the DP to start this one is Lauren Herida. And of course, Sky Johnson on the mound. As that one tails back in for strike 1. Johnson, a very strikeout-oriented pitcher, one who is not unaccustomed to going the distance through 4 no-hitters a year ago. Off speed, gets in there, and Johnson gets ahead on Wise, 1 and 2.
Yeah, Riley, and it's going to be interesting to see Sky Johnson out here today. 3rd of the NESCAC so far this season with a .67 ERA, and we'll see if she can continue that success today.
The 1-2. A little bit low, blocked nicely there by Carrie Slayton behind the plate. Slayton, one of the substitutions Jumbo's made in between games, not wanting to have Oliva go back-to-back. Johnson looks in, and the 2-2. Slapped out of play by Wise. She was able to get her hands on it. Live to see pitch number 6.
And it's interesting to see what Sky Johnson's signature pitch will be, because with DeCoco, we saw that rising fastball really caught a lot of the Williams batters off guard.
Yeah, DeCoco's riser is something special. Johnson has a lot more variation than DeCoco as that one cuts back in. I think one thing we've kind of starting to see already is the horizontal movement on that fastball.
And especially working that outside zone, making those batters chase for that ball.
Yeah, Wise swung at 2 pitches that were at least nominally outside of the zone. The 2-2. Did she go? They say no, and that'll run the count full.
And we're going to, if you're Sky Johnson, you're going to want to put away these batters with 2 strikes. I mean, we were talking about in the last game, that run that the Eves went on in the top of the 7th. You know, a lot of that had to do with the Eves batters extending these at-bats and the pitcher not being able to get them out with 2 strikes.
The 4th 2-strike pitch from Johnson. Flared into left center. That'll get down. And a well-earned leadoff single for Wise.
Yeah, solid contact on that baseball, and it hits shallow left.
That extends Wise's team-leading 11 hits for this season.
The right fielder, number 3, Kayla Chang.
It'll bring up Kayla Chang to the plate, the junior from Almeida. Chang started off that rally in the top of the 7th. Showed bunt, put it away, as that one was never in a contesting spot.
And I'd like to excuse a mistake I just made. That is Wise's 20th hit of the season, not 11th.
Wow, that's an impressive number this early. Normally, people do not get to 20 hits in the month of March.
Yes.
Shows again. This time it catches the outside corner for strike one.
Yeah, and to that point of the hitting streak, I think what really helped is that spring break trip to Florida. Tufts played many doubleheaders, and that really got them going to really an amazing performance, a 9-3 during that spring break week that Tufts had.
Brilliant bunt there from Kayla Chang. Saw that Rachel Moore was stepping in and put a little oomph on it to get it past the third basewoman in a spot where Steinberg couldn't get to it, and the Eafs have 2-1 with nobody out to start the game.
Just like that. I mean, we saw a couple attempted sacrifice bunts in the previous game that really didn't work out as nearly as well as that one right there. And just like that, 2 runners on for the Eafs.
And normally those balls are low and they go foul, but that one was very high, and it allowed the batter to really target that ball to a space where no one was there.
It'll bring up the Eafs catcher and leading hitter in Sydney Fleming. Brian, what can you tell us about Sydney Fleming?
Yeah, Sydney Fleming, great at getting on base and driving in runs. She leads the team in home runs, walks, and the on-base percentage is just crazy with 478.
Steinberg goes to third. Moore not going to be able to turn to first, but they will get down the lead runner, 1 down.
It's just a nice, smart fielder's choice there. While that wasn't the best pitch that Fleming had, we'll look to see more action of her as the game progresses.
This will bring up Kelly McGeegan.
The DP, number 8, Kelly McGuigan.
She's DPing today. Hits that one to Steinberg. Could be 2. Instead, she'll go to third. And she might want that one back. Looked like it was hit hard enough that they might have been able to turn a 6-4-3.
And going back to that Fleming at bat, I mean, it might have not been the best pitch, but it was certainly what you wanted instead of a 2-run double, which Fleming had hit in that 7th inning of last game. A fielder's choice is certainly preferable.
Left fielder, number 15, Justine Dunaway.
Justine Dunaway will step in here. Playing left field today. Listed as a first baseman on the roster, so getting a little bit of time out of position today.
Yeah, these coaches are really emphasizing the utility in the utility player. Even though she might be first base, these NESCAC players play all over.
Yeah, I don't think, with the exception of, I think, maybe Josie Steinberg and Michelle Edelman, I don't know a player in the NESCAC who hasn't played more than one position. Some more fans filling in here on a beautiful day in Medford. The 1-1 from Johnson. Off speed, gets her to chase. Johnson 1 strike away from getting out of this first scoreless. The 1-2 to Dunaway. Fouled off, just gets a piece.
And just like Wise's at bat, we see 2 strikes here for Johnson, and we'll see if she can put Dunaway away, who is 3rd on the team in on-base percentage, 42.3% clip.
Johnson looks in for the sign. Winds up, delivers, and another off-speed pitch spoiled by Dunaway, who has earned herself a QAB. Sky Johnson looking for her first K of the day. So far on the year, Johnson with 41 strikeouts in 41 innings worked. Bounces that one. Runner's going to try and advance. Play on third. And advancing successfully there is Sydney Fleming.
Yeah, Fleming just saw that ball go past the catcher as soon as the pitch was released, and really the heads-up base running is going to be crucial for either team that wins the game.
Johnson's 2-2. Chops foul. And the East making Sky Johnson work here as the second 8-pitch at bat of the inning. That one skied up. Rachel Moore calling for it, corrals it, and the Jumbos get out of the top of the first without conceding one. Eafs get two on base, strand them both, and we go to the bottom of the first, 0-0.
For Williams in the top of the first, no runs, 2 hits. They left 2 on. Moving to the bottom of the inning.
Welcome back here to Spicer Fields on the campus of Tufts University. Jumbos set to bat for their first looks today, and they'll be facing off against the first-year Natalie Carter. An interesting choice here from the Eafs as Sadie Leonard is healthy, was seen warming up in the bullpen, but they're not going to start her.
Yep, and we'll be able to see if Tufts can take advantage of Carter's inexperience here with Edelman, who was 2 for 4 and an RBI in the first of the doubleheader.
Carter gets that one in there for a strike. Edelman was talking to her between games, wanted to focus on being a little more patient in this game. Off speed, doesn't drop, 1-1. Edelman sends that foul, and Carter's ahead 1-2. As the broken glass sound plays behind us.
Last season, Edelman first on the team in on-base percentage, which makes her a great candidate to be the leadoff batter as she is today. We're going to see if she can get on base here to give the Jumbos something to work with to start the inning.
Fouls that one off as a good put-away pitch there from Carter, but Edelman using that senior experience, able to live to see another pitch. Carter very methodical on the mound. A little side-to-side rock and delivers the 1-2. And Edelman will spoil that. All right, boys, what do we think? How much patience do you think Coach Chris Herman is going to give Natalie Carter, knowing that he has the pitcher of the year in Sadie Leonard in the bullpen?
I would say the fuse has got to be pretty short on this, since you have a freshman.
Chops back to Carter, close play, thrown away. And they're going to give that a base hit as Michelle Edelman using her speed to her advantage.
You have a freshman that's been given the start, so as long as good defense is being played and Tufts is being kept honest, maybe 1-2 runs kept in throughout this game, she's going to be given a solid game to be played. And looking throughout as this season develops, Williams might have a really good player on their hands.
Josie Steinberg sends that one into deep left center. That's going to get down. Edelman flying around the bases. Steinberg into second. Edelman will score, and the Jumbos take a 1-0 lead.
Yep, Edelman using that speed. She was already off no matter what. She had made up her mind. She led the team in stolen bases last year, so she was already off and scored easily on that RBI double by Steinberg.
Yeah, just amazing speed there. She was almost 3/4 of the way to second base by the time that ball landed, and so there was absolutely no doubt she was getting home.
Rachel Moore now steps in. Jumbo's leading power hitter from a year ago. Sends that one out of play down the right field line.
That's right, Riley. She led the team with 7 homers last year. She's still looking for her first. Right now would be a great time for that.
Yeah, had some crucial ones, including a big grand slam in the NCAA regionals. Helped the Jumbos get a first-round win. That one she gets under, sky to center. In on that there, and corralling it is Chang. Or excuse me, Wise. Steinberg not willing to test the arm this early. One down.
All right, fielder number 17, Caitlin Brucci.
It'll be interesting to see, Riley, if this game is low scoring with both of these clubs being first and second in the NESCAC in ERA.
I mean, you would guess so, but it wasn't exactly a pitcher's fest in that first game. Hard hit down the third baseline, fair ball, in to score Steinberg. Caitlin Perucci has herself a double, and the Jumbos, just like the first game, get out to an early 2-0 lead.
Yes, Jumbo's here on a 1-out rally. That is a beautiful hit. A hit you want to see from any of your players on the lineup, and that is why Perucci is batting cleanup.
It'll bring up Lauren Herida, who's hitting 240 on the air. Wind starting to pick up here on Spicer, blowing out to left. As that one gets the inside corner for strike one.
Jumbo's getting some hard hit balls so far with these 2 extra base hits. Perucci last year led the team with 6 doubles, and that is her first of the game today.
The 0-1 to Herida upstairs. And Perucci dancing off second base.
Going back to talking about last game, I'd say like for the most part, it was a pitcher's duel for most of the game. I mean, it was 2-0, 2-1 for most of that game, and then it just got away from the Jumbos. But again, another fast start here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is true. It's hard to really consider anything other than a scoreless performance, a pitcher's duel with these two teams having the majority of their pitchers with ERAs under 1. As the 2-1 here to Herida is grounded to second. Force play at first. Runner will advance. 2 down. Nicely dealt with there at second base by Balderas. And up to bat here is Karen Slayton.
Yep, Slayton getting her first action of the day with Oliva getting the catching duty in the first game. She does have 4 RBIs in the season, so we'll see if she can extend that here.
And 5th in RBIs last year.
Slayton was one who, that's a really impressive number because unlike most of the Jumbos, Slayton was splitting duties, platooning with Emma Jacobson. So to get 5th in RBIs in only half the appearances shows just how efficient of a hitter she is. Has one out there for her. Flares it right to the first basewoman. That's the 3rd out. Jumbos get to leave Perucci on base. We go to the second 2-0 Tufts. welcome back here to Spicer Field. And, I mean, just looking at Sky Johnson warming up, there's a noticeable difference in body language. She seems much more confident now that her team has given her a 2-0 lead. We'll look for her to kind of go after some of these batters, starting with the 5-hitter for the Ephs in Blanche. Katie Blanche, the first year playing, or excuse me, it'll be Ramos and then Blanche. My apologies there.
Leading off the second
senior
for Williams
shortstop.
is the shortstop, number 7, Ronnie Ramos.
Ronnie Ramos had herself a good game, scoring in that top of the 7th, as well as knocking in a run. First pitch outside. The 1-0 upstairs.
Ramos tied for third in runs scored on this Williams team this season, so certainly no stranger to getting on base. They would love to get a leadoff runner here to try and chip away at Tufts' lead.
Johnson gets a swing and miss there. That's been a rarity. Can't remember one in the top of the first. Johnson normally a pitcher who thrives on getting batters to chase. The 2-1. Off speed lined into center, base hit for Ramos. The third hit of the day for the Ephs.
Yeah, Ramos was slightly choking up on that bat. Her hands were split, which meant that she was crouched into the box, very close to home plate, almost crowding it. So really just wanted to get on base and wasn't going for any deep fly balls.
It's a good 2-strike mentality, and she was able to make Johnson pay. That one grounded to Steinberg, could be 2. On to second, turns it, and just beating it out was Blanche. Jumbo's not happy about it.
Yeah, I think she just made it to the bag right before the ball touched the glove.
Yeah, Blanche, great speed. Pitch, actually, in the first game of the doubleheader. Williams has their own Shohei Ohtani over here who pitches and also hits.
Yeah, as this one off speed in there for a strike. And I got to say, there's a reason that Blanche beat that out, and it's because everything is a lot easier to run down to first base when you can get a 6'3" stride on every step.
That's right.
The 0-1. Straight up, might be a play here for Slayton. Did it hit the netting? They're going to say it did, so that is strike 2 instead of out number 2.
Yep, just barely skimmed the netting there, so it will be a dead ball.
The 0-2 here to Glickman. Johnson still looking for that elusive K. And she finds it, paints the inside corner.
Yep, Sky Johnson's first strikeout. She had 41, led the team last season, or 41 strikeouts as opposed to 3 walks. Very good clip there, and she gets her first one here.
Yeah, Johnson had that amazing 11K no-hitter in 5 innings in the NCAA tournament regional a year ago in an elimination game. So someone who knows what it takes to step up in big games, as this one is. Both these teams at 2-1 in the NESCAC. The two teams who made it to the finals a year ago. Winners probably going to have the driver's seat on the NESCAC leaderboard, even though Middlebury will technically be in first place at 2-0.
It's a little alarming for the Jumbos with their first loss this early in the season, since they only had 1 loss in the NESCAC last year, and were such a great team. There's still high expectations this year, but with the win record and the quality of play on the field is really going to be a telling story for these first few games back in Massachusetts.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumbos had to have felt good yesterday, having avenged that one regular season loss with a season sweep of Bates here at Spicer. We're not able in the first game to get revenge on the Eefs for the NESCAC championship game, but looking to get double revenge here and split this series with Williams. Ahead here, 3-1 is Balderas. Runner might look to go here. Balderas fouls it back. That'll run the count full. Blanche will be off on the pitch.
Last year, I had mistakenly said Johnson had the most strikeouts on the team. That honor went to Emily Doty, who is now at Smith. And it'll be interesting to see, without that three-headed monster at pitcher, how Johnson performs here, considering she pitched yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a definite factor. That one foul back again, as the Eefs have shown early here that they are very good at spoiling put-out pitches. Wise on deck, representing the top of the Eefs order if it were to come to her. Payoff pitch. Lined out of play, and we'll do it again.
Really great at-bats so far by these Eefs hitters. Just going back to Taylor Wise to start, to lead it off in the last inning. And she's about to come back up again, so it's imperative, if you're the Jumbos, for you to get this out right here.
Yeah, big pitch early on in this game. Johnson fires, lined foul, and just continuing to foul pitches off is Balderas, setting up the 9th pitch of this at-bat. And Sky Johnson, who has only seen 9 batters, is getting ready to throw pitch number 39 on the day.
Yeah, that's quite an alarming number, especially with the number of pitches that DeCoco threw last game, well over 100, and she was really worn down and rocked by the end of that game.
As pitch number 10 of this at-bat will come.
Some questions may be asked here. Do Tufts need to be making those pitching changes? This is softball, and you generally have one pitcher pitch the entire game, but do Tufts need to make the decision and put in a pitcher
Strike 3!
When the count runs high?
Well, that'll be a question for Coach Epstein to consider. In the meantime, Johnson gets through a second scoreless, leaving another runner on for the Eefs. We go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Jumbos. Welcome back here to Spicer Field, bottoming of the second. And stepping in for her first at-bat of this game is Lindsay Newman. Got a pinch hit look in the bottom of the 6th in the first game and struck out on 4 pitches.
Off the bottom of the second for the Jumbos, number 6, Lindsay Newman.
She'll face off here against Carter. And that one just seemed to wiggle up there. Could not have come in at faster than like 40.
Yeah, definitely a little bit off speed there. Newman, in her limited opportunities so far this season, has performed pretty well. 4th in batting average on the team, .350 average.
Had a big home run against Oshkosh on that Florida trip to help seal what could be a very important win come Selection Sunday for the Jumbos. Calls for time before settling back into the box. The 1-1. Off speed, Newman chased, and it's 1-2. And that's a weapon here from Carter that we did not see at all in the first inning.
Yeah, Jumbo's, especially Newman here, probably does not want to chase those types of pitches, maybe be a bit more patient in the box.
1-2 is skied straight up. Might be a play, and there is, as Fleming will catch it for out number 1. Newman did a good job getting her hands under it, but couldn't keep it in the field of play.
And Fleming is certainly happy that that ball did not touch the net like the one in the previous inning did.
It'll bring up Haley Lineback, the sophomore who has struggled to start this season after a really productive freshman year. That one outside. Lineback, a very patient hitter. Good OBP despite her less than stellar batting average.
That's right. She is second on the team in walks with 6, which contributes to that on-base percentage. We'll see if the Jumbos can get a runner on here, try and duplicate or at least get close to the production they had in the first inning there.
This will bring up a 2-0 pitch here to Lineback. And she's going to let that go all the way, and you've got to imagine a take sign on here. In fact, I can see Coach Epstein motioning it from the press box.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Carter just able to find the outside corner. That'll set up a hitter's count here for Lineback 3-1. Jimenez on deck, which, despite her being the 9 hitter, is effectively the top of the order, as she serves that purpose of almost having a second leadoff hitter. Off speed, comes back across, runs the count full.
That's a good point there, Riley. Jimenez in the previous game of the doubleheader batted 9th, but she was 1 for 3 with an RBI. And I believe in the first game of yesterday's doubleheader did actually lead off, so that's a good point.
Yeah, Jimenez still looking to regain that All-American form from a year ago, as the payoff pitch to Lineback swung on and missed. Carter screams in joy, gets the K, 2 down.
Yeah, Carter's definitely going to be happy about that, battling back in the count. She was at 3 balls and no strikes and was able to come back and get that strikeout.
It'll bring up Jimenez here, who hit .421 a year ago, scuffling to start the year, only hitting .188 here in her senior season. Takes that one upstairs for ball 1. The 1-0 here to the second basewoman. Is swung on, hit well down the left field line, dropping fair ball. Jimenez gonna get to second. Will she turn and go for 3? Yes, she will. And Bella Jimenez has herself a stand-up triple.
Yeah, that ball was hit really well. Pop-up that could have been made by the left fielder, but it just grazed that white line, and so that's how Bella Jimenez has earned herself a triple.
It really was the perfect spot, right in between Dunaway's mitt and the foul line. Drops in there for a triple.
And a runner on third base for Michelle Edelman, looking to get herself an RBI. That one in the dirt. Good block behind the plate there by Fleming, as Jimenez looks ready to run on anything that gets past the Eves catcher. That one made it almost 30 feet, and Fleming able to block it. 2-0 now. And you almost wonder the way Fleming's looking at the dugout, as if this might be an intentional walk of sorts to not give Edelman anything to hit.
That's definitely a possibility. Edelman has been very impressive this season. We'll see on this pitch.
That one way outside, and that'll run it 3-0.
Edelman last year did lead the Jumbos in strikeouts, but this year's approach to the plate has been much improved, only with 3 strikeouts so far in the season.
3-0 here from Carter. Does swiggle in there for strike 1. That'll give Edelman the green light to swing here. And she'll have the ability to really look for her pitch, and if it's not there, take a strike.
Tufts would certainly like to build on this 2-run lead. As we saw in last game, 2 runs was not enough in the end.
Off speed had Edelman fooled there. Great pitch from Carter, and that'll run the count full.
This might be deja vu here because we saw something similar with linebacker, I believe. But count was 3-0, and now
It was.
It's full.
Payoff pitch to Edelman. Fouled back. Edelman able to almost slide her hands up the bat mid-pitch to foul that thing off.
Yep, just staying alive there, trying to get the barrel of the bat on the ball.
Jumbos have hit the fastball really well off Carter, but have not been able to get any consistent contact on the off speed. The 3-2. Off speed upstairs, Edelman takes the walk.
Great job running up the count of Natalie Carter. We'll see what happens once Josie Steinberg walks up.
Josie Steinberg.
Jason, how much would you be willing to bet that Michelle Edelman's off first pitch here?
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, as I said before, she led the team in stolen bases last year, and she was incredibly efficient as well. I mean, 20 for 24. She leads them so far this season as well. That's how she got so quickly to home plate on that opening RBI double in the first inning.
So it's fair to say that Chris Herman's gamble did not pay off. Sadie Leonard forced to come in with 2 on and 2 out in the second, as only getting through 1 2/3 was Natalie Carter, and a big situation to send your ace into, as if she gives up runs here, you get the feeling Johnson might be dealing too well for the Eves to draw 3.
Yep, Riley, and just like my counterpart Brian said, it was a relatively short leash on Carter. I mean, only 2 runs here, and she is pulled. Sadie Leonard leads this Eves team in ERA with only a .24. That is best in the NESCAC, and she is just incredibly efficient.
And
Yeah.
15 strikeouts for Sadie Leonard last year.
Yeah, 15 in that game against the Jumbos in the NESCAC title game. Kept them off the scoreboard. One of the few times the Jumbos were kept off the scoreboard all season. Only 2 times they lost 1-0. It was against Sadie Leonard in the NESCAC title game, and it was here against Moravian in the NESCAC, or in the NCAA regionals, both of which were losses that end up costing the Jumbos chances to put a number on a banner.
Yep, and this right here we have a heavyweight matchup between Josie Steinberg and Leonard. Steinberg leading the team, leading the Jumbos in RBIs with 19, which she's hoping to add on to here.
The NESCAC Pitcher of the Year against the Defensive Player of the Year. Shows bunt, Edelman goes. Throw made, gets into center field. That's an error. That'll score a run, and the Jumbos force an errant throw to make it 3-0.
Yeah, it just comes down to forcing your defense to make a play. Runner goes, may or may not have been an out, but creating the error opportunities is going to allow the Jumbos to win this game.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brian. I mean, it looked like it might, if it was just a bit more fast on the throw, it would have gotten Edelman, but it wasn't, and it went through the mitt of the second baseman, allowing the Jumbos to score another run.
Well, there was a reason for that. Edelman's job there wasn't to try and steal second. Her entire job was to draw the throw, in theory get herself in a rundown and allow the run to score backdoor. In the end, they got advantage. Leonard not making any mistakes, gets the K, but not before another run gets in We go to the third, 3-0 Jumbos. Top of the Leafs order coming to the plate here, as stepping in will be Wise, Chang, and Fleming in the third. This was the part of the order that got the East going, almost put runs on the board in the top of the first before the Jumbos got out of it with some nice defense and some rare 6-5 putouts from Steinberg and Moore.
Leading off the third for Williams is the center fielder, number 9, Taylor Wise.
Wise got herself a single to lead off the game first time up. Chops that one down the first baseline, foul.
Taylor Wise out of Belmont, California. Like so many of the players playing on this field today from California, they must be happy with today's weather after so much New England spring temperatures earlier this week.
You say that, but they all just came from Florida, so this might feel like the Arctic to them.
That's a good point.
That one line into left field, and Wise is 2 for 2 in game number 2.
Yes, many of the Jumbos players were wearing full-on sweatshirts and many layers here walking up to the game. This is definitely the Arctic to them, Medford, Massachusetts.
The right fielder, number 3, Caleb Chang.
Chang steps in, also had herself a hit on a bunt in that first. Tries to bunt there and sends it to the backstop, 0-1.
Going back to Wise, this is already her 4th hit of the day when you combine both games' stats. And again, just extremely impressive. She's 4th on the Eafs in batting average, 370. And again, already 4 for 6 today.
Showing bunt again was Chang, but Johnson put that one away, ball 1. Jumbo's seemingly trying to prevent Chang from doing what she did the first time and put a bunt between fielders. Gonna force this pitch either inside or outside, so it ends up right at a corner infielder. This one sent right to Moore, charges, fires to first, and Jimenez grabs it for out number 1.
Yeah, and this time Rachel Moore got the jump. She was seeing that bunt right from the start. She was almost 10 feet off the third base bag and really was in a great position to make a play to first.
First time since the same situation in the first inning that the Eafs have a runner in scoring position with less than 2 outs, and it'll bring up who else but Sydney Fleming, their leading hitter, as a conversation between Chris Herman and the umpire. Not quite sure the substance of the matter, but
The catcher,
nevertheless,
number 25, Sydney Fleming.
Fleming will step into the box as Johnson gives some instructions to Steinberg and Jimenez. Williams bench starting to make some noise here. Fleming chases and misses, strike 1.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to give anything good for Fleming to hit here with a runner in scoring position. Fleming leads the team in RBIs with, after that 2-run double in the last game, now with 15 on the season.
The 0-1 cuts across the inside for strike number 2. And Johnson 1 strike away from a K to the Eafs superstar. Oh, 2. did not get the chase. Good pitch location, though. Wind's starting to really become a factor out here. One, two. Swung on and missed. In the dirt, throw down to first in time. And a strikeout for Sky Johnson in a big spot.
Yep, great pitch by Johnson there. And if you're going to strike someone out, I mean, if it's going to be Fleming, that's what you want to do there.
And back to your point, Riley, about the wind becoming a factor, the pitchers are going to really be able to work the zone and fool these batters with the balls almost always going off to the right. So for a right-handed batter, that's going to be a legitimate issue, and to watch really determine which pitches are going to break outside and which ones are going to stay in the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll also be a factor if, for the first time today, anyone hits a ball in the air to the outfield. As that one's chopped foul, and 2 strikes here on McGeegan. As Johnson, a strike away from her 3rd scoreless inning of the day. Sets, deals. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Johnson gets her looking, her 4th K of the day. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Jumbos lead 3-0.
Sets, pitches, she's got it.
One hit, they leave a runner on.
Welcome back to Spicer Field, as Sadie Leonard has the job of stopping the Jumbos offense, which for the first time today seems to have found its groove. Unfortunately, they have to now contend with an SCAC Pitcher of the Year in number 12, Sadie Leonard.
Yep, Leonard came in to that last inning with a lot of confidence, striking out Steinberg, and we'll see if she can continue that here.
She'll face off against Moore, Perucci, and Herida. So the heart of the Jumbos order is the assignment in inning number 1 for the ace of the Eve staff. .1-0 is hit well to left center. That is back. That one is yard. Rachel Moore finally gets herself her first long ball of the year, and in a big moment, going deep on the Eve's ace.
That's right, Riley. We were talking about it just a couple innings ago. 7 home runs last year, still looking for that first home run this season, and there it is.
And that just tells you how good of a hitter Rachel Moore is, because that was a good pitch from Leonard. High and inside, almost every hitter in D3 softball would have nothing to do with that pitch, but Rachel Moore able to turn the inside hip, get her hands around on it, and send it long. That one tails low, ball 1 to Perucci.
And for someone like Leonard, I mean, that's really difficult to get a hard hit ball off of her only allowing 1 earned run this entire season. And I mean, just a great play by Moore.
And 2-0 now. Ahead is Perucci.
This game is starting to become like the 9-0 win we saw yesterday against Base. Tufts really came out swinging, for lack of a better word, and established a 3-0 lead. Right now it is 4-0 in the bottom of the third, and Williams could be put to the same fate that Bates did just yesterday with the mercy rule in 5 innings.
Yeah, that would take 4 more against Sadie Leonard, so we'll see. I'll see it when I believe it.
Yeah, probably going to be difficult for the Jumbos. Williams trying to get their first back-to-back wins in a doubleheader since their opening doubleheader down in Florida against California Lutheran University.
As Leonard, not willing to concede anything, fights back to draw the count full against Barucci. The 3-2 to the cleanup hitter. Swung on and missed. Leonard gets her chasing.
Swung at the high cheese.
And that pitch just shows you why Sadie Leonard is so special. Moving both horizontally and rising, and not a chance in the world for Barucci.
It's becoming a bit of a theme, these Eves pitchers getting a little bit behind in counts and then climbing all the way back.
It really has been a theme all day, and it's kind of a point that Coach Epstein's probably going to want to work on, as when you get yourself in good positions in counts, you really got to take advantage of those pitches you know are going to be strikes.
That's right.
Herida sends that one out of play, and it looks like it landed harmlessly. Spicer Field a little safer for civilians and cars than Gittleman is, but it's always a beware of objects zone out here in Medford.
And we still have the car crash sign.
We do still have the car crash sign.
Sound, excuse me.
A couple years ago, saw one go across the street, break a window.
Oh my goodness.
1-2 here on Herida. Just downstairs. Good patience from the Jumbo's 5-hitter.
And if anyone knows how to work a count, it is Herida, second in walks so far this season for the Jumbos with 6.
Leonard sets. Hit well. That's deep to right field. That is back, and that is yard. The second home run of the inning. This one belongs to Lauren Herida. The tunnel comes back up, and the Jumbos are teeing off on Sadie Leonard.
I am really shocked right now, Riley, to say the least. I am really shocked. That's 2 home runs now, as you said, against Leonard, and that is Herida's second home run of the season.
2 home runs, both of which have come from pitches in the exact same spot, high and inside, that the Jumbo's hitters have just been able to turn on.
Yeah, it just goes down to the fact that that's got to be good batting coaches. They see the ball as soon as it's pitched and gets locked and loaded, swung deep right field.
Slayton now steps in, and that's got to be deflating to Leonard, having gotten down 3-0 on Herida, fought back to 3-2, and then to give that up.
It just speaks to the roster depth that the Jumbos have. You have 5-6 batters that can really swing that ball and send it to the yard.
I think there's probably more than 6 in the lineup who can go yard. Slayton patient there. Ahead 2-1. And I believe that is the 4th straight Jumbo in this inning to get ahead in the count.
Yep, just speaks to, again, their situational awareness, being patient up at the plate, and now it's 2-2.
Yeah, and Leonard really, really could use herself a K. Cannot remember the last time, maybe one of you could help me out, that a ball has been put in play that has actually been recorded as an out by a fielder. Leonard misplays that one, flips it to first, bang, bang play just in time.
Yeah, great recovery there by Leonard. Going back to your last point, well, I mean, there it is, but yeah, we got a while there.
And that's got to be a big confidence boost from Leonard. shows kind of her determination as she misplayed it at first and didn't panic, didn't get flustered, able to fire it onto first, just getting Slayton by about half a step.
Yeah, and if I were Sadie Leonard in this situation, I'd be pitching more balls, working low, working it high, because there's just too much in the zone right now. There's too many batting practice pitches for these jumbos to really just drill deep right field.
Newman just missed on that one.
It's really been a different inning than we saw at the bottom of the second, where the reason the Jumbos got their run was because of, you know, a lot of chaos out in the infield. So far, these have just been two really big solo shots, and there hasn't been anything on the base paths.
Yeah, and have not had a base runner. As a generous outside pitch given to Sadie Leonard puts her a strike away from getting out of this one. Newman calls for time, now settles in. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. They will fire on it first. Newman wasn't running anyway. Leonard gets out of the third, but not before giving up 2 long bombs. Both Moore and Herida go yard, and the Jumbos have a shocking 5-run lead after 3. Welcome back here. Jason, Brian, gotta ask, what do the Eats need to do to get themselves back into this game?
Well, Riley, I was going to talk about how much they rely on their freshmen. I mean, they trusted Carter to start this game, but then you look at Dunaway and Blanche, their freshman 1-2 punch, who have played incredible so far this season for the Eves. They're going to need them to step up, starting here with Dunaway.
Neither of them have a hit in this game. Is that one once again moving, like we mentioned earlier, from left to right, but just a little too low to crest the zone.
Tufts' defense really hasn't made any crucial plays quite yet in this game. And we've seen with the last doubleheader.
That's hit well. That is deep, and that is no doubt about it. Just as you mentioned, Jason, Dunaway goes long, and the Eefs get themselves on the scoreboard.
Yep, that's Dunaway's 3rd homer of the year. That was a no-doubter, and just like that, the Eefs have cut the lead to 4.
Yeah, there are some that are hit well, and you can tell from the fielders, some that are close, and then there are some like that from Dunaway where you don't even need to look at anything. You can tell from the sound of the ball hitting the bat that that one's going 300 feet.
The shortstop,
That's right.
number 7, Ronnie Ramos.
It'll bring up Ronnie Ramos. And the Eves now with a little bit of momentum. First run Johnson has conceded in NESCAC play.
Yeah, no need to panic yet for Johnson. Just stay calm and keep on doing what you've been doing so far. I mean, that was just a very impressive homer by Dunaway, but no need to panic for Johnson yet.
No, absolutely not. But as you mentioned earlier, Jason, this is the point in the game where it would be really nice to have an Emily Doty sitting in the bullpen. So that one trails off for ball number 1.
infielders are probably wondering when they're going to get some action with all of these solo homers.
There's not been a ground ball to an infielder, at least when Williams has been up, since the top of the first. That one hit well down the left field line, but tailing foul. And if she waited half a second more, Ramos might have joined Dunaway with another solo shot.
It's really interesting to see the way Ramos goes up to bat, because she is crowding the plate here. Her feet are inches away from the home plate and not in the batter's box at all.
That one lined just foul, as Ramos really ahead of these pitches from Johnson.
Yeah, just something in the air in this game compared to last one, where there were many ground balls, infielders diving for them, balls going off of gloves. But there have just been a lot of hard hit balls today.
Yeah, there are already more earned runs in this game than there were in the entirety of the first game. That one just a little too high. 2-2 now. Johnson looks in, fires. Lined right back at her, blocked it, will fire onto first, and that's gotta hurt, but she gets the out anyway.
Yep, just a very impressive play. She almost caught it, and that would have been just absolutely crazy, but, you know, stayed calm, found the ball, and threw it over to first for the out.
Number 23, Katie Blanche.
Yeah, an absolute just denial of what should have been a hit by Sky Johnson. And just like we saw in the bottom of the third with Leonard, pitchers can oftentimes be their own best friends when they make big defensive plays.
That's right.
That one flared. Steinberg calls for it, gets it, and 2 quick outs.
That's what you need if you're Johnson. Like we were talking about, those first 2 innings, almost 40 pitches. 2 quick outs is exactly what Sky Johnson is looking for in order to maintain that low pitch count.
Kai Glickman stepping in here with 2 outs. She's 0 for 1 on the day, is the first basewoman. Swan, a miss there. And Johnson, probably more than any other Jumbo's pitcher, is so much a creature of confidence. When she's feeling herself, just able to blow by hitters versus a little more cagey after giving up runs. That one hit to Moore. She'll fire on a first. Johnson concedes the solo shot, but gets out of the inning without major damage. We take the turn for home, 5-1 Jumbos.
Ooh, not too bad.
Welcome back here to a very windy day in Medford, Massachusetts. We hope you and yours are having a wonderful, blessed day. Last day of March, and the Jumbos looking to close out this one. A little bit more like a lion than a lamb, as they look for their 3rd NESCAC win in 2 days before going on a little bit of a road trip next week. Up to bat here is Lineback, who hits that one right to the shortstop, fires on to first in time. Easy as you like there by Ramos.
Now we're starting to get some ground balls, Riley.
Yeah, there's nothing consistent about this game. It's like we mention something and we just put a curse on it, and then as soon as we say this hasn't happened in a while, it happens like 5 times.
Easter running back at it again.
who knows? Maybe Jimenez will finally get herself a home run. Takes that one outside for ball 1. Jimenez 1 for 1 on the day with a triple. Came in to score in the second on that crazy play where Sydney Fleming threw the ball into center field. Chases that one and finds herself down 1 and 2.
And although Jimenez may not have the best batting average so far this year, her hits have counted. She's 4th on the Jumbos in runs batted in with 7. She did get one in the first game. So
Leonard tried to go off speed there, couldn't keep it in the zone though, and that'll run the count to him too.
So she hasn't, stats don't tell the whole story. She has been pretty effective, at least today so far.
Yeah, Jimenez one who goes through hot and cold streaks for sure. That one hit into left field, hard hit, but unfortunately right at Dunaway for the second out. And that's another way stats cannot tell the story. You can hit the ball really hard like Jimenez did right there, but if you hit it right at a fielder like Dunaway, who's doing the running man, you can turn it into an out.
Yeah, Dunaway in the right spot at the right time, no mistake, catches that ball for the out.
Brings back up the top of the order, and Michelle Edelman. Edelman 1 for 1 with a fielder's choice on the day.
Leonard trying to get the Eafs through the first inning, first scoreless inning, possibly, for the Jumbos.
Yeah, that's a rarity in this CAC to have to take more than a couple innings to get a scoreless one. Especially when the Eafs are pitching the lowest team ERA of any NESCAC team last year. The 0-2 to Edelman upstairs, and the Jumbo center fielder able to lay off it.
Yeah, as I said before, 2 lowest team ERAs in the NESCAC. So far today, there hasn't been any walks at all. Either.
That is an impressive stat. Strikeout there. Leonard gets him down 1-2-3. The first hitless inning of the day for the Jumbos. And maybe a little bit of momentum for Williams.
In the bottom of the 4th, moving to the 5th, 2 up for
We'll take a
Williams.
short break. Be right back with you. Sky Johnson still on the hill as we go to the top of the 5th. She'll be facing off against Balderas, Wise, and Chang. So a chance here for Williams to really get themselves back in this game. And likewise, a chance for Sky Johnson to put herself in a really good position to go the distance. Because you've got to imagine if she can get through this inning without allowing any runs, she'll be facing then the bottom half of the Williams lineup in the last 2 innings.
Yeah, right. This is definitely going to be an inflection point for the game. Last inning, Eaf scored, Jumbos didn't. So if you're the Jumbos, you really want to stop their momentum right here and now.
That one a little bit upstairs. As we take a look at Sky Johnson's pitch count at 66 right now. So should be plenty of juice left in her arm, but does not want to get herself into a long, protracted inning.
Yes, quite the contrast from last game. This is very efficient softball for the Jumbos. there hasn't been that many instances where they've had to make a play, but the ball's been generally hit to the infield, and they have been generally routine. So the bats really just haven't been going for Williams.
That one outside, 3-0 here, and perhaps the first signs of fatigue in the arms of Sky Johnson.
Yeah, let's see if she can replicate what the East pitchers did and get back in the count here.
The 3-0. Right down the middle of 4-1.
And going back to today's first game, Tufts played, they played efficient, good softball for most of the game. It was just that last inning. So they've been doing the same so far. It's just how do you finish? You just can't let up a crooked inning like they did.
That one flared into shallow center. Steinberg all the way over. A ball that probably should have been Jimenez's, but when you're Josie Steinberg, you can call the ball no matter what. And one down.
That's right, Riley. As long as you got communication as Steinberg there, as you see, they just pointed to each other, recognizing that communication.
And it's just all smiles from there.
Wise steps in 2 for 2 on the day, looking for her 5th hit of the afternoon. And we'll roll that one foul down the line. 2 for 2 in this one, 2 for 4 in the first game. Has not scored, though. Johnson looks in. The 0-1. Bounces in the dirt.
This would be huge to get Wise here. 2 outs, no runners on. And then, as you said before, Riley, heading into the next 2 innings facing the bottom of the lineup. That's what you want if you're Sky Johnson.
That one lined into left field, and Wise continues hitting the lights out of the baseball as that one finds the grass for the 3rd consecutive time, 5th time on the day, and the Jumbos are going to have some nightmares about Wise if they have to see Williams in the NESCAC tournament.
Yep, that's why she's captain.
And Chang flares that one down the line, just foul. And the Jumbos are very lucky that that one did not stay fair, as Wise was already rounding second base and could have potentially scored on that play. Chang, who is 1 for 1 and reached on a fielder's choice. That one in the dirt, nicely blocked by Slayton. And you gotta wonder if Coach Epstein will start to have someone warm up in the pen soon, with Sky Johnson visibly fatiguing on the mound.
Yeah, well, I think she'll let Sky Johnson try and get through this inning. Maybe if another runner gets on, or maybe gets into scoring position, that might be more probable.
1 and 2 here against Chang. Jumbo's in double play depth here. Chopped back to the mound. She'll fire to second, and they will just get the runner at second. As a good job by Steinberg to get over after Johnson surprised everyone by going to second.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised there too. I wasn't sure if she was going to be able to get it, but nice play there to gather that ball at second and get the out.
Catcher number 25, Sydney Fleming.
So bring up Fleming, who is hitless in this second game. And Johnson can taste getting herself out of this inning.
And even earning herself a win. Cindy Fleming is one of the players on this roster that the East rely on for hits. If it would be a pretty telling story to look at Cindy Fleming's hits and whether or not the East score runs, because this is one of these players where if the East score through Fleming, whether it be a home run, an RBI, sacrifice fly. They're almost guaranteed to get on the board with this player.
Yeah, they probably need her to drive in a run here if they want to stay in this game. That upstairs, and Johnson's behind 2-1. What the Jumbos have to be careful of is there's no real out batter in this part of the lineup, as on deck is McGuigan, and after that would be Dunaway, who hit that home run. That in the dirt, 3-1.
Fleming leads the Eafs in walks with 7. If she gets on in a walk, as you said, McGuigan comes up, who is second on the team in RBIs with 8. So she is very dangerous as well. So if you're Sky Johnson, you really want to try and get back in this count.
The 3-1. Just in there at the knees. That'll run the count full. Full count, 2 strikes. So you know that Shang will be running. That means any ball hit to the outfield that's not directly at a fielder will likely score a run. Johnson back in the circle. Gets her call, the payoff pitch. Flared, that one's standing up. Steinberg out, miscommunication, and it drops. Runner will hold at third. Advancing to second is Fleming. And a little bit of a defensive lapse for the Jumbos puts 2 in scoring position here for the Eafs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Shang was a little shy to turn 4 there, because we've seen in the last game, Jumbos have made the throw to home plate, and it hasn't been in time.
Yeah, absolutely. McGuigan now steps in, chops that foul. I think also she didn't want to run through the stop sign, as Eves wisely recognizing that the outs are not something they're willing to trade for runs at this point, as they only have 7 outs left to play with, and with the heart of your lineup up, you want to make sure you have that opportunity to drive in a couple. Just missed. Jumbo's bench screaming they wanted strike 2.
Going back to that misplay in the outfield, Riley, it looked like Steinberg was backing up on it, but if you're Newman, I think you should step up there and call for that, because that's not a shortstop ball in that point in the outfield. That's a left fielder's ball.
Completely agree. That one chops back, and Sky Johnson 1 strike away here.
Yeah, as an outfielder, you are running into the ball there. So you should be at the highest velocity. And since you're less than 5 feet away from that ball, you should be the one to call everyone off and command the rest of your players.
It's fundamentals of softball. The 1-2. Outside. Johnson tried to get McGuigan to chase.
Going back to the first inning, you know, it's imperative that Johnson gets these strikeouts on strike 2 balls. And here's the biggest moment of the game.
The 2-2. Swung on and missed. The Jumbos bend but don't break. Get out of a jam. And they'll feel a lot better going to the bottom of the 5th, up by 4. Sadie Leonard right back out there. And they're throwing down immediately as we get set for the bottom of the 5th. As a reminder, magic number for the Jumbos would be 4, as if they can get that 8-run lead, it would hit the Mercy. And the heart of their lineup coming up here with Steinberg, Moore, and Perucci.
Number 4 as well. There you go, 4 for 4.
1 for 2 on the day is Steinberg. She was the first batter Leonard saw in that situation in the bottom of the 2nd. Was involved in that crazy throw down to 2nd where Edelman ended up scoring.
That's right, Riley. And Steinberg trying to get on the board here after going, I believe, 0 for 4 in that first game of the doubleheader. And she's going to try and get some production here, this and bat.
The 2-0. Did she go? Yes, she did. Wouldn't have mattered. It was a called strike anyway. Leonard hits that well, just a little bit too far foul, ending up in the tennis courts.
And there's a situation where if we were in Git, that might have, as the broken glass sound alluded to, hit a car, but as we're here at Spicer, luckily it harmlessly hit the grass.
That one flared out of play. It might end up in the bleachers. It does. Watch out up there.
I just jinxed that because someone almost just got hit by that ball.
Yeah, Jason.
I'm sorry.
You might need to talk to some liability lawyers pretty soon. The 2-2 here to Steinberg. Is fouled off again. Josie Steinberg just seems more than content to make whoever's in charge of chasing after rogue softballs get their cardio in.
It's their own Easter egg hunt.
For the 3rd time, Leonard deals the 2-2. That one hit well over the head, but hanging up and caught by Dunaway. It looked as if it had some carry, but then hit the wind, which has switched directions, blowing in, and Dunaway able to track it down for the first out.
Yeah, Steinberg with a good at-bat there, talking to Rachel Moore as she comes up to bat. Of course, she hit that slam of a home run in her previous at-bat, and she hopes to repeat that here.
Leonard. Ooh. Baited Moore into swinging at that one. Moore, no hesitation, was looking to go back-to-back long dongs, but couldn't get her hand around it.
Yeah, if we take a look at the outfield setup by the Eves, Dunaway is playing really far off to the left.
That one in there, Moore unhappy with the call, but Leonard ahead 2-0. The 0-2 from the sophomore. Hit well, hammered across the street, unfortunately. And if Rachel Moore had straightened that one out, it would have been her 2nd home run of the day.
You can tell she's really looking for it. Just got to put the ball in play, get a runner on base, try and get back to scoring runs as the Jumbos did in the first 3 innings because, again, as we saw in the first game, at any moment there could be a crooked inning. So you want to build up that lead.
That one upstairs, Moore lays off of it. And you're not going to get Rachel Moore to bite on a pitch like that. You're going to have to throw one that's at least somewhat competitive to get her to chase. The 1-2. Just missed painting the corner. Runs 2-2. You
got to think she has more confidence, especially after that homer, to see. So we'll see what she can do here.
Leonard looks in, fires. Off speed, grounded to short. Gonna be a tight play, fires on, and just gets the runner. Good throw there from Ramos to get Rachel Moore, and 2 down.
Right fielder number 17, Caitlin Perucci.
That'll bring up Perucci, who has been somewhat quiet for her standards, only 1 for 2 with a double, which I know sounds obscene, but she is hitting .511 on the air. Takes that one at the ankles, 4-ball-1.
That's right, Riley, and that 5'11" average is third in the NESCAC. She was 1 for 3 in the earlier game today after having a crazy performance in yesterday's game against Bates.
Takes another one low and outside. Leonard. Another one low, and clearly she's seen something in the game film about not throwing high pitches to Caitlin Perucci, as not one of those has gone about more than 6 inches off the ground.
That's right. She seems to maybe be pitching around Perucci, but Leonard has faced some 3-0 counts that she has gotten out of before.
Not that time, as she did not remotely give Perucci a chance to swing. Willing to let the runner on and deal with Lauren Herida, which, gotta say, is a bold strategy considering what happened last time Herida came to the plate.
That's right, Riley. That's only the second walk of the day. I made a mistake earlier, so there were no walks. There was 1 walk. This is the second of the day.
Look for Perucci to think about going here, as Herida, a very good contact hitter, and if you can get a runner in scoring position here, any ball to the outfield would likely score Perucci with her speed. That one down low, and Herida now ahead 2-0. On deck is Carrion Slayton, but before we get to that, Chris Herman wants to talk to Sadie Leonard, which will give us a chance to kind of reset here and talk about this one in the larger context. We look at the NESCAC softball standings. Middlebury is in the lead at 2-0, tied with Trinity, who is 3-1, and Hamilton, who is 4-2, because the NESCAC schedule is nothing if not inconsistent, with teams having played anywhere between 2 and 6 games so far. Whoever wins this one will join them in a 4-way tie atop the NESCAC and would likely have the edge, at least in terms of a feeling of sentiment, with a win over the other and being tied for the lead in the NESCAC play, having played a more difficult schedule than either of the other 3 teams 2 games above 500. Leonard misses again. 3-0 on Herida. We'll see if she gets the green light.
And that's 7 straight balls for Leonard. Very uncharacteristic.
7 straight low balls. I'm not sure if Sadie Leonard's being purposely told to only pitch in the lower half of the zone, but to me that looked like an intentional walk on Herida.
Comes back, that one hit into right center. That's gonna get down. Perucci will turn for third. We'll see if they send her. They do not. Holding Perucci, a 2-out double for Lauren Herida, and the Jumbos have 2 in scoring position for Carrie-Ann Slayton.
Doesn't matter whether those balls are high or pitched low. The Jumbos can swing and clearly make contact with all of them.
Yep, Herida doing a lot for her slugging percentage today after the homer, and now a double. Very strong performance so far.
It'll bring up Slayton. On deck is Lindsay Newman. Newman would be the mercy run, so a big situation here for Leonard, as that one's fouled out of play by Slayton.
Going back to Herida, she was 2 for 3 in that first game, and again is 2 for 3 today, so 4 for 6, not bad. A 4-hit day for Herida.
Yeah, Lauren Herida was more of a platoon pinch hitter type last year, got herself in the starting lineup this year, and is proving why. That one hit up the middle. That gonna get through. That'll score 2, and the Jumbos make it 7-1.
Amazing 2-out rally. I don't quite remember when the last out was recorded here. Jumbos have just rallied the ball and hit it into right center field.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think about this inning. Started off with 2 Ks of Steinberg and Moore, and then the Jumbos respond with a 2-out, 2-run rally. Brings up the winning run in Lindsey Newman.
Yeah, and you'd really like to see Newman at least get on base here. I don't believe she has so far today in either game.
I'll tell you what, I think the Jumbos have to feel happy as they have now chased Sadie Leonard from the game. A statement that I did not think I would ever make on Spicer Field.
That's right, Riley. Again, very surprising. Just those hard-hit balls, unlike that last one, which was through the infield gap. But those 2 solo homers, I mean, again, very uncharacteristic from Sadie Leonard.
It is. It'll bring in a new pitcher in Emily Barrasso. And the first year will have a very difficult assignment in having to prevent both Slayton and Newman from scoring, because if they were to score, that would be game, set, and match Jumbos. And you got to feel that the Jumbos, even if they walk away from today with only a 1-1 split, having blown that first game, they would feel very confident, if only because they showed that Sadie Leonard is nothing if not mortal.
Yeah, Sadie Leonard just quickly jogged off the field like she was visibly rocked. And now you have a replacement pitcher. So this is definitely going to be a huge boost of confidence as long as the Jumbos just simply don't blow this game.
Yeah, Jumbos get 4 earned runs off of Leonard in 3 innings. She is also responsible for Slayton on base. So Jumbos doing some serious damage to Sadie Leonard's ERA. Newman digs in, the 1-0. Hit well into right center. That's going to get down. Turning hard around the bases is Slayton. She's getting sent. Throw not coming to home, and the Jumbos make it 8.
Yep. Great swing by Newman. And again, I don't think she had gotten on base yet today. She must be a big boost for her confidence right into the right field gap. And again, 1 run away, as you said, Riley, from this game being over.
Yep. Haley Lineback to the plate. Lindsey Newman represents the winning run on second base. And Williams, knowing that, going to have a little meeting at the mound. I'll do it while I have the chance, because I don't know how much more time I'm going to have to remind you all that, well, we might be taking a little break from Spicer Field for the next 10 days. That does not mean nothing's going on JumboCast. We'll be back with you from Bello Wednesday afternoon at 6 as women's lacrosse takes on Wesleyan. And then next Saturday, it'll be a barnstormer as a 1-loss Wesleyan men's lacrosse team comes to town in a matchup between the 2 highest-ranked teams in the NESCAC.
Yeah, just an amazing spring schedule to look forward to.
Lineback takes that one upstairs. The 1-0. Gets the inside corner for strike 1. Lineback looking to play the hero role. The 1-1. Hit well, hit deep, hit back, and you can drive home safely. Haley Lineback walks it off.
Oh my goodness, Raleigh, the 3rd homer of the day for the Jumbos. And as you said, it is a walk-off, sending Newman to the plate as well as Lineback.
Open up the tunnel. That is one of the best endings to a Jumbo game I've asked for.
And after a heartbreaking first game of this doubleheader, the Jumbos respond in style with a walk-off winner. I'd like to take this moment to thank the other members of my crew. Nick Dorr on the camera, Sophia Kahn directing this one flawlessly. Alongside me on the color job, Brian Becker and Jason Strait, who brought their A game today. For all of us here at JumboCast, I've been Riley Daniel. You've been watching this presentation of NESCAC softball, and as always, stay home safely.
10 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Williams.